Ventisca, Osteonisus, Hera, Hermesicarus, Narcissus, Medusa, Epasos, Ashalalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Ventisca, Osteonisus, Hera, Hermesicarus, Narcissus, Medusa, Epasos, Ashalalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Ventiscus, Hera, Hermesicarus, I love Aphrodite, Ventiscus, Hera, Hermesicarus, I love it when you couscous, love it when you couscous, love it when you couscous, couscous, couscous.
Welcome on back, everybody, to the APL. Hope you didn't miss us. We've had a bit of APL going on today. It has been a chock-a-block stage so far here, kicking off stage 2 of Blaster 6. Pengu, it's your and my first broadcast back on. How are you feeling about it?
Nervous, a little bit excited. It's been a long day already. I was watching Des and A's cast before APAC North. It was exciting, it was good. CAC was cacking. I mean, honestly, I feel like APAC just always delivers the excitement part, you know? It's always exciting.
Yeah, and of course Asia has already begun. We've had one play day so far. It's today time to get into our second. Kicking it off, here's the schedule for today. Shark LFO, formerly Orchid. They had a great run in Stage 1. They'll be taking on Soul's Heart. Daystar versus Arrival 7. Latent Dragon Esports against the reigning champions, Weibo. And the runners-up of Stage 1, Elevate, with 2 new players on their roster, taking on Fury, who just are looking at a shadow of their former selves. Can they bring it back? The big storyline here for Stage 2, Pengu, are surely going to be about teams like Weibo, like Elevate, Soul's Heart, and Fury.
Yeah, that's it. And of course, the hate watching, right? We did this in Stage 1 where we're watching the import teams be like, hey, can they win? Can they lose? Etc. And Elevate brought in more firepower than in the previous stage. So I think this one could be even closer, most notably between Elevate and Weibo later on.
So let's start digging into that first game, Shark LFO versus Soul's Heart. Of course, Shark LFO, a lot of people will know and love these guys formerly with the Orchid organization, but a lot of these players have been around for ages. MC, Jackie Wu, Songlar in particular. For a while, they were known as Daystar. We saw a lot of these players, for example, Jackie Wu for a while play with Direwolves as well. What are your expectations coming into this? I mean, here are the stats so far. Of course, only one match has been played, and it's not a good set of stats to look at. It's a bit ugly, let's be honest.
Let's ignore the stats a little bit, right? They played against Weibo Gaming in their opening for the stage, on Bank as well, and, you know, they started on the defensive side. They got
how many rounds did they get?
They got a single round, so 0-6. Then they won one attacking round, and then they lost 7-1. So essentially, they had the worst of worst possible beginnings for the roster. Ignore the stats. Today is going to be the real testament to see what's their, you know, day one performance going to be like, because against Weibo, it's not a fair comparison.
Yeah, of course. And their opponents, it's Soul's Heart Esport. Anyone who's been a fan of APAC will know a lot of these players. Yes. And of course, the continuation of this roster, it's a spiritual successor to that 2022 Elevate roster, the Thai team that has been a Titan of the region for such a long time. Players like I9, of course, making appearances on Fury. He's made it to plenty of international events. Scatman, DCH, long-time friends and teammates. And of course, Mark and Mr. Punch have now been on this roster for quite some time too. Of course, Onigiri played for this team last year, Pengu. They were looking really good. They were gradually starting to challenge some of the top echelon. Now I9's come in, and the team is looking even better, and yet they still can't properly contest for a championship over teams like Weibo and Elevate. Or can they?
Well, so last stage in Stage 1, they were kind of ramping up as the season was going on, right? They're getting better and better by every single game. And similar here in Stage 2, they've had a very slow start. A 3-7 loss to Daystar on Nighthaven Labs. Probably not going to go back there. We see the veto. They actually banded out first themselves. We're going to go all the way to the newest map instead in the map pool of Lair. So this is both teams saying, guys, first day performance, we got to try and either replicate it with Daystar or get away from, or rather, both want to get a different performance than, you know, the previous play day because they both lost, rather. There it is. Ugh.
Yeah, no, I see it. Look, it's our first cast back after a bit of an off-season here, Pengu. I'm so stoked to get back into it, of course, here in the APL Asia region. We have 2 massive teams going head-to-head. It's a bit of a redemption opportunity, of course, for Shark LFO after a pitiful performance yesterday, getting absolutely slobber-knocked by the champions of Weibo Gaming. They only found one round, so the bar is set very low. It should be easy to come into this game, no pressure, take the best fight they can to Soul's Heart as we dig into the ban phase on Lair.
Now, mind you, there are a couple of things here to note. There are some changes going to the stage. Fenrir and Leishin both lost the secondary shotgun, while Mai has now received a secondary shotgun instead. Clash is currently in quarantine, so not able to get played or banned in this match. I guess you could ban her, but like you wouldn't because she's not playable. And Blackbeard also got a couple of different nerfs to his kit. So we might see some operator changes. Denari, new operator, also in and available in Pro League. So what the meta's gonna be, no one really knows just yet. It could be more utility-oriented. It could be the same as before, very shield-oriented. We'll have to find out as every playday kind of goes through. But for this one, we're gonna be in a similar situation than of the past. The Kaid, the Bandit Ben, of course, the Monty, and the Ying. So this is, of course, the attacker saying, hey, we want to be able to breach those walls. And the defender saying, we don't want to deal with power operators like Monty and the Ying.
Speaking of operators, of course, we haven't seen it picked as of yet, but as a little tease to everyone watching, I myself haven't had time to get hands-on with Denari, an operator that when it was announced and when it was rumored even, people got very, very excited, Pengu, and some of the creativity I've seen players engage to make the most of the gadget has been utterly insane. What do you think of Denari?
So, I think Denari initially is gonna be like a 50-50 operator, right? Remember when Asami first came out? Asami was not played like every single round, every single bomb site, because no one knew where those good keeper barriers were. You know, the pre-placement, the angles, etc. It's effort to figure out. Once people figure out all the really strong Denari setups, we're gonna see more and more teams and players bring it out in ranked and pro league, etc. But I think for now, we need some teams and some pro league players to cope with the operator first, so other people can copy it. So I don't know about the presence as of this moment, but I do think it's going to increase as time goes on. It's a strong operator.
Yeah. I can't wait to see the creativity. Of course, not played this round. Shame. I'm going to be counting down the days until I get to see Denari played in Pro League, until we get to cast it. Yeah, hopefully we get to see a little bit of it today. As we kick things off, Pengu, it's a mirror strat and the Azami, who you mentioned earlier. Speaking of other operators that have been around for a really long time, but perhaps might see a new light, Ella. I feel like she's slowly slithering her way back into relevancy.
Oh, you're so right. I mean, it's great for shield counters with the Grizzled Mines, for fast entering, of course, again, with the traps. The thing is, Mr. Punch is not playing the Scorpion like most players would, but instead the second, or the primary shotgun, rather, which used to terrorize a lot of different ranked lobbies and has been nerfed many times since. But he can play on this rocket staircase and, you know, take any gunfight very happily against his opponents.
And just on that Scorpion, which he's not running, a little bit of a buff recently, of course, Denari having that Scorpion available, and you mentioned even last season a few shadow buffs, perhaps, that you theorized that maybe the operator...
Feels like, I mean, Siege X came out, and all of a sudden everyone's playing Ella, and I myself like the Scorpion a lot more. I mean, that's gotta be a shadow buff, right? Because it wasn't in the patch notes, wasn't mentioned anywhere, but everyone's playing Ella more.
Yeah, yeah.
Something about it.
Well, half the round done here for Shark LFO. We saw previously impacts being used to prevent a more substantial breach on where the mirror window is placed onto the objective. It's a bit of a backstab here from MC. You can see the team still has the Orchid tags as well. Goes to show how recently this team has become LFO. That is a missed opportunity for Mark as he overexposes himself, and MC will punish. A great opportunity for Shark to grab by the hands and look to try and pull themselves towards the bomb site. A few kills back and forth, but of course Mr. Punch with that shotgun will continue to hold onto the stairs.
It's a split take, right? They're attacking from every single direction at once, and right now Soulsheart being a man down, need to lash out somewhere on the map and try and go for a kill. DCH tries that but gets punished, down to 1 HP.
Yeah, this is awkward for DCH. There's 3 players watching his position, but guess what? He's the Azami. He's got the Keybers. And he's also got a few crossfires that he can look to try and make work. Songhwa with another backstab coming from Ops. Mr. Punch doesn't have the ranged weapon to try and take that fight, but he gets a lot of damage done. It doesn't get the kill. Songhwa takes him on down. Shark LFO. It was close, but they do secure the first round on the attacking side.
Right there's a downside of playing a primary shotgun while having like a secondary SMG, which Ella does not have, right? You only got that pistol. Long range engagements can be so tricky to take. If Shark and LeFou are going to be attacking that staircase where Ella was, and Ella did get a single kill by the staircase, it's all good and well. But when you get down to a 2 versus 3, and you have to go for a lash out, Mr. Punch forced to swing a very long line of sight with the worst gun in the game for that particular engagement. Cannot win it. It was a close round, but Shark and LeFou getting opening kills, striking first, and attacking from every single direction at the same time really got them a good way into that round. Soulsheart got to show us a bit better fundamentals right now, figuring, okay, we recognize what kind of attack Shark are going for. We're gonna have the crossfires, and most importantly, they can't die looking the wrong direction, getting shot through an opening that they themselves made with a shotgun in the prep phase. Gotta be more aware of those angles.
Well, Soulsheart need to think a little bit more about, like you said, exposing themselves and being a bit more wary of those split pushes as they change things up, going down to the basement. Now, in some ways, this bomb site can be a bit of a fortress, but there's still a lot of ways that attackers can sneak themselves into this. I mean, how many external doorways or windows do we have into this basement floor? Not to mention the staircases, not to mention a couple of hatches. All the while, you're going to be worried about the vertical game and breaching opportunities too. So, a lot to take into account here. Soul's Heart looked all right for a bunch of that round, but like you said, Shark just finding their gaps.
I quite like this bomb site though, how it plays out, because as an attacker, like you said, direct attacks, hatch drops, verticality, roam clear. As a defender, you play the layers. You're gonna start top floor with maybe one deep roamer, have a primary majority of the defenders on the primary floor, fight for a bit, then fall back towards the bomb site. So it's a bit of a cat and mouse of how aggressive will the defenders play, and will the attackers match them or try and find a gap somewhere else. The blitz is great for both of these things, right? You can rush the bomb site, you can go for a roam clear, and Shark, they've shown us something very simple the first two rounds. They're playing extremely slow and cautious in the first minute and a half, give or take, just getting in the building, getting flank drones set up, then they get aggressive by the bomb site. Soul's Heart, you know, they want to get something going. They're going for aggressive swings, trying to get that 5v4 going, and Shark just keep peeling back, not giving them anything, waiting for Blitz to take the first engagement. He's rotating on over. He's going to try and find Mark here in a second.
I don't mind this angle from Mark, though. It's actually not one I've seen before, but through an external window and then through line of sights in other walls. Meanwhile, like you say, MC's found his pick through that Ramvert, taking out Mr. Punch. He's going to have to sit on those Valkyrie cameras for the rest of this round while they're hunted by Songla on the IQ. It seems like for everything Soul's Heart presents, Shark seems to have a response.
Yeah, it's a good rotate. They got half tape. They got the bird upstairs and they want half the map. They don't care about the rest because they got flying drones watching it. Then they go Garrett instead. IQ scanner, Blitz entry, look for the Valcam, look for the gadgets, and they still got a full 60 seconds to work with. Blitz got smoke grenades. They can smoke off one angle, push the other, and just again use that numbers advantage from the 5v4 to their advantage.
Oh. Ooh. Big engagement there for MC. His second kill through the 4, and he's making that R4C swing. 2 Soul's Heart players have fallen, and the rest of them are wondering what the hell to do. Do they just sit back on site, hope to take more fights, or do they need to go for a flank? Everyone is back down on that basement now, and the Blitz is loitering on the edge of the objective.
It's almost like they're playing the clock right now. Toxic Babes going out, Goyo Fire being popped, and there is only 25 seconds left, but this is Shark saying, we're happily waiting. We got backstab, we got front push, we got...
Oh my god! Everywhere. Yeah, MC's found a third through the floor, and now Pinchin's got to get into the site with the Blitz. He's going to go for the plant. However, the goo mine and the smoke might actually make this a hell of a lot more difficult. I think they might have to go for kills here. He gets aggressive on Mark. Scatman, the last one remaining, and he will not survive. Shark will hunt him down and put him to rest. The timer might have slipped slim, but it doesn't matter because Shark will find the final kills and secure their second round.
Such good composure, such good discipline from Shark. I mean, there was 10 seconds left and they still weren't pushing that go, go, go button. And they knew they could just wait. They're waiting for MC to get the right vertical angles. They're waiting for Jackie to get on the flank, on the opposite staircase. Then Blitz pushes in. And they want about 3.5 seconds left, but nobody's stressed. No one's sprinting. No one is worried about losing that round. They know that got that completely locked down because every single member is in the perfect spot that they needed to succeed. So they're taking a lot of time. They're playing slow seed, sure, but when you're playing that good and that could got perfect in your positioning, you can take that amount of time because even if you make a small mistake, you're in such a strong position to keep pushing forward. Even if Blitz died, it's fine. You need to penalize afterwards, that's also fine. They got backup after backup and adaptation after adaptation. Soul's Heart are mostly waiting around in these rounds and just getting figured out by Shark and Levo.
Yeah. No, it's a real skill that we see. Great teams are happy to let the timer tick down if they know it's fine. We can stay composed. 10 seconds is a long time when it's a 5 versus 1 and you're inches away from the site. Yeah. Shark LFO have really shown that today. A lot of composure. It's a great reprisal after what happened yesterday, of course. But let's not forget how good Team Orchid were in Stage 1. I mean, if you look back the results they played against this very team, Soul's Heart, I mean, the last one I can see that they played against each other, it was a 7-2 in favor of Orchid. I mean, that's actually the only time that these teams have played in recent history. And quite a dominant result for Orchid. Perhaps they have Soul's Heart's number.
I like this mini play from Jackie, who just looking for a pick on the Nook. Can't be seen by the cameras, but the Ella mines now could be a problem if there's one on the door.
Oh, come on, Jackie.
Is he good for one, though?
So close. Spots it for a second. Mr. Punch takes a hell of a lot of damage, but has survived. Opportunity goes begging there for Shark, but it's okay. Still threatened on the site, and I'm sure Mr. Punch is now getting a little bit precarious on the objective all alone.
That's exactly it. When you're that anchor player, I mean, when you only have 1 point of HP, one straight bullet, one little frag grenade, and then you're gonna die, one shot from the blitz. And once Mr. Punch falls, it can threaten the plant. The only counter really is going to be the warden upstairs with the smart glass, can see through a smoke. That's why there's sense projector walls. So they're pressuring the site with gadgets, with blitz lurking right by that door. Once they clear Mr. Punch, they can try go for a plant.
Yeah, he needs to stay alive. That's the most important thing here. It doesn't matter if he doesn't really take any fights. He just needs to survive to make sure that Soul's Heart has some presence on the site. Meanwhile, DCH, likely through a smoke, has found one with the SMG-12 on the Warden. The value of that operator cannot be understated. Here comes the blitz, but the Elamine keeps him at bay for a brief moment, and I9 comes to life, as does Mr. Punch. Pinjin will trade him on out. Now with the blitz, he will fall. DCH retaking the ground floor, and Songla left all alone. Soul's Heart finally find a little bit of the fire that they needed, and they do bite the head off of Shark LFO, finally getting themselves on the scoreboard.
Really gotta praise Mr. Punch there. I mean, 20 health on Mira, stays alive for as long as he possibly could, gets 2/3 kills in the round, and just really biding the time for his team. And you saw what the plan was there. They had people up above from Soul's Heart watching the various doors and breaches towards the bomb site. All Mr. Punch had to do was not die. And then we see Shark finally struggle, right? They had frag grenades the entirety of that round. They only get tossed out at the very end. And while he tossed the grenade, the Mirror swings, gets a trade kill, and it's really good for Soul's Heart. So I feel like if they can stay alive on defense right now and not give up that early opening kill, that's going to be the way forward for them. I was going to say, probably going to ban the blitz. They absolutely did, because there's been a huge win condition for Shark. Now the question comes, can they play the Blackbeard? Can they play the Fuse Shield? Can they just substitute this blitz operator with any of the other shields? Because then we're back to exactly where we were before, which said the shield is a problem.
Yeah, I think that for Soul's Heart, the Monty ban was a good move here. You can see from the get-go, you ban that Monty and you play into, what is it? The Ella, the Legion, even a bit of smoke. Like, these operators that are going to really counter shields, and that Monty is typically the best against. Now you get rid of the Blitz. Like you said, your shield pickings are looking slim. And they're no longer the kind of close-range melee shields that Shark LFO are likely wanting to be playing. They're going to be the more aggressive Blackbeard, or something a little bit toothless like the Fuse. It is the Blackbeard that's going to be picked here by Pinjin. So Shark, really, they're determined. They feel like they need a shield in seemingly every single round that goes by.
We all know there can be a bit hard to problem solve and to roam clear, and that's what the shields just really simplify. It's why I love the fact that they're doing this exact thing for Shark. Now that you're banning the blitz though, you're up against one more set of frag grenades, likely every single round, because Blackbeard has frag grenades. And if you're to play the Fuse Shield, you get can openers or smoke grenades, so there's always good value to be had. Soul's Heart lineup also trying a lot of different things, right? They always bring Plant Denial, either to Shanga or the Toxic Babes from Smoke, every single round, no exception. Then, they gotta play at least one C4, that's gonna be the Mute. Great operator, right? But then now what? Do you get some trap operators? Do you get counter to shields? Do you get roaming operators? I feel like Soul's Heart is spread very thin because of the playstyle of Shark. Now, Shark themselves have changed up what they're going to do. They're playing vert below, and there's no counter operators to this buck downstairs because there's no vigil roaming around, and they got flank drones. So as long as someone's watching these cameras for Jackie Wu, he should be able to get a tremendous amount of value from buck downstairs.
Oh yeah, take notes, Buck players. He's used both of his drones for flank watch. His teammates can flick those. He'll likely find a kill if someone decides to flank, as long as someone is watching those cams for him at the moment. That's Songla on the Shark LFO side. Jackie Wu can start getting to work on the floor. He needs to make sure not to get over-aggressive though, because you need horizontal and vertical pressure together in order to make sure that you're getting those kills. Otherwise, even though it is from below, it is still just a 1 versus 1 through the floor.
I'm a bit surprised they didn't opt for the Hibana trick. They made like a vault rotate in the middle of the wall instead, which to be honest, it works, but vaulting in through a breach into side is never ideal, it's never fun. They have 10 spare Skyros. Can they take upstream where Songla is right now? Get that interior breach, walk through, and breach the other bombs at the wall. Now they have that split pressure going again. Block downstairs, main breach, upstream, and they got Penguin now, Pigeon rather, on the Blackbeard on the flank as well. So Shark, they're just prodding and prying, applying pressure everywhere. And well, if they can find the pick, they can just start pushing on in.
Oh, I like that flashbang from the bathroom window to Jackie Wu as he makes his way up the stairs.
Fenrir.
He's worried about the dread mine from the Fenrir, but meanwhile, MC has actually found the opening kill. He's deep into sight, likely coming from the breach, and he's found a nuclear game so far from MC as he's carved his way through the bomb site and put Souls Heart back to where they came from. Another one for MC! His second 3K of the game as he goes for a fourth. F90 coming through with the reload, but Scatman will put him down. It's a 1v3 now for the Thai player as the gas goes through and denies the plant! A 1v3 now, down to a 1v1 for the clutch king of Souls Heart. As Momo
Yellow ping
has to steal his nerve. Like you say, Pengu, there's plenty of info. A bulletproof camera, not completely nullified, still sound cues. The Scatman readies his shotgun. He's so good with it.
Oh, no.
The first shot, the second one, and Souls Heart clutching it up, all thanks to Scatman.
It's crazy because MC finds his way into the bomb site. He knew where Scatman was the entire time because right here, they fight each other. Right after Melusi dies. And then, still, MC feels it. He walks in, looks for the 4-piece, dies shortly after. Songla planting in a great position, you think, but there was one toxic babe left remaining in the pocket of Scatman. Throws it on in, and one single tick will get the injure and confirm the kill. That is every single piece of utility being spent down to the very final seconds and finding good value for Souls Heart. It might just be a game of adaptations. They got the Fenrir, they had the counter for the entries, they shut down the stairs again. And all of a sudden we have a game on our hands. 2-2 now, even round.
And that's my boy Scatman for you guys. He's always had this reputation. He's a bit of a clutch king. We've always known it. When he's Scatman or Sapper, he had 7 clutches in stage 1 of this league, which absolutely dwarfs almost all of the other players in the league. He is the #1 clutch king of Asia, and he's continued that form, especially when he's got the SMG-11 and a shotgun in hand on either smoke or mute. You can never count this guy out. He's had a rip-roaring way back into this game and brought Souls Heart back into it as well, Pengu. We were 2-0 up for Shark, and now Souls Heart, they've really brought themselves back into it.
Also, just mind you, the patience and discipline, but also the nerve. I mean, Scatman just kind of stayed in the corner in the 1v1, had the shotgun, and just said, you know what, they don't know where I am. I can just sit here, play the sound cues, and go for the kill. No panicking whatsoever, despite having to put the entire team on his back. That's experience right there for clutch player, who's been there many times before, like you said. Shark, maybe a bit quicker this round, only 30 seconds in. Already by the rocket stairs, going for the roam clear, top down. They know top floor is clear, that means only the primary floor is left remaining. The downside of playing the ram over Bok or Sledge, they only have 3 booty drones, so you can't necessarily afford to go top floor, do vert, then go downstairs and do vert by the bomb side. You're stuck just kind of brute forcing these angles, a risky gunfight, Momo, please!
I cannot believe the goal from I9 here with that slug shot. He wants to go.
What are you shooting at?
I thought he must have seen a drone or something. I thought that was what he saw.
He's shooting the wall and the door from everything else as well. This guy's crazy.
Look, it's I9. We don't question this guy. Scatman, by the way, has continued his form from last round with a absolutely nuclear nitro cell all the way downstairs. Oh wow, from outside the building, a massive toss all the way up onto the next floor above him. Quite an arm for Scatman. Mark's also found Jackie.
All back time, surely.
Yeah, a bit of a disappointing result here for Shark on the roam clear. I mean, DCH is still well and truly alive on this roam. He spots out the Blackbeard, and like you say, I think it is time to retreat. But guess what? I think that hatch is open. He can go for it if he wants to. He's decided to double down here. Meanwhile, Mark is actually coming up to support him. They decided to put a lot of eggs into this basket, and Mark has fallen. Now DCH has as well. The call was clear from you, Pengu. Souls Heart had to retreat. They didn't, and now they've been punished for it.
You have the 5v3, right? You had to smoke alive. Now Smoke is dead because he overstayed trying to help DCH as well. and now the round is wide open for both teams. The issue now for Soulsheart, there's no C4, no Toxic Babes, no Plant Deny, and we have a Blind Beaver with full health on the enemy team of Shark. They can walk down the stairs like they are right now, walk in, they can cover the crosses, and Blind Beaver can start getting down that diffuser. Soulsheart are forced to take in like 50-50 gunfights against verticality, against attackers waiting for them. This was a great round for Soulsheart, now it's looking pretty grim.
Yeah. 20 seconds, that's the one thing that's on the defense's side, is the timer. As Shark have to make their way forward, they're still breaching up. This Azami, even if it only saves a few seconds, is so valuable. But like you said, the gates are open to Plant, but I9 finished what he started onto MC. The plant has to come down now from Pinjin, but he's been spotted as well by Mr. Punch, who's retaken up above. I9 to confirm his with the Deagle, and it's the round in the bag for Soul's Heart.
I was so worried for them, but they got that one figured out quite well. They retook the verticality late round, and the craziest thing of all, Buck was swinging down the hatch, gets killed by the Asami. Then you had the Fenrir, whichever, flanking upstairs at the same time. So they had no idea that they retook the vert because of that timing. So great problem solving now. Soul's Heart finally like mentally here, making the right decisions. You see right now. Gets the kill and confirm there from I9. Then Fenrir flanks afterwards. They had no idea, no time is left. The round goes in the favor of Soul's Heart. Now 3 rounds straight. Looking to make it 4. Denari! James, I see a Denari. The newest operator.
All right, Mr. Punch, what have you got to show for us? All right, so Pengu, you're our resident expert here. Explain to me everything I want to know about this operator, from this interesting new weapon that he's wielding to this gadget and the placements of these gadgets.
So the shotgun that you see is a secondary slug shotgun. Think of it like as a boss G with 4 bullets. It's a slug shotgun, mostly designed to make holes in walls and rotations and open up hatches, not so much for killing. Secondly, his gadget is a Rooney on steroids, okay? Imagine it's like a Fenrir or a Wamai combined with a Rooney. You have 7 of these small prismas, and when you put them down, they will connect a laser between each other as long as there's a line of sight. So you see him put down one on the far left here, open a softball in the middle of the bomb site, and put one on the right hand side. Now there is a laser going all the way through both bomb sites, covering the breach walk-in. If you get hit by a laser as an attacker, you take 15 points of damage per laser. You will get slowed for 8 seconds. Imagine a full clash slow, 8 seconds long, and they automatically recharge and come back online after 8 seconds. It's not like a Rooney where you gotta shoot them and wait for them. They will automatically reappear after 8 seconds.
Just had a nerf, I believe, if I'm not wrong, because it was originally a much quicker. I think it was 2 seconds.
4 seconds.
4 second, yeah, very quick reset time. I think that fuse charge actually might have just taken down one of the trip connectors, though. So yeah, there's one down. He's still got 3 in pocket as well. After placing 4, you can see one of those trip lasers already active. You can also just place new ones down, right? You don't have to place 2 new ones down to get a laser. You only need 1 new one down. Because it obviously just link up with any existing one. So he's using them quite actively.
He went out there without a connection, though. He got off for a second. There we go. Now that covers the breach. Now you can crouch below them and prone below them if they're put too far. So that one is crouchable. So it's a bit of a bait one. You know, he might think it's clear. It might actually not be. So you got to be very cautious of like how far up and how far down you put them. It gets cleared out as well, though. Fire comes out from I9 up above. Shark are waiting for an execute somewhere on the map. Soul's Heart are happily saying we are waiting as well because we don't feel like too much under pressure.
You noticed that from
before.
Hinjin, though, yeah, interesting.
Spare shield, by the way.
Soloing all the other side. Feels like Mr. Punch perhaps has not got a very deep strat about this one. Perhaps he hasn't thought this through if he doesn't have a placement ready for his deployable shield, but he has spotted the Fuse, who gets into a plant position. He's done a lot of damage, but he still can't spot the player. He's not going to be able to do the damage. Momo literally 1 HP confirms the plant. Mr. Punch will find one, but Hinjin, meanwhile, is holding down the fort from the opposite side. It's going to be a very challenging retake now for Soul's Heart because that breach is wide open, and I don't think any of these tripwires from Denari will assist in confirming the position that he needs to get into. He might be able to ninja this, though. If he's got support, he's got the bait coming through, takes down Jackie Wu. Could this be a Denari clutch here in the Asia League? Mr. Punch is going to stick it, and he's going to clutch it up for Soul's Heart. The Denari, the newest operator to the Rainbow Six lineup, coming up in spades.
All of that happening with a deployable shield in the backpack, by the way, just waiting to be used, but wasn't needed in that round. I like what they were doing there, right? Mr. Punch played the mirror previously that can help the upstairs hold. Mirror gets banned out. How does he make himself and his position stronger? He gets a dynamic trap operator. We can throw it on those prismas mid-round, cover the breach, etc. And I'm not sure if you saw it, when the Fuse sprinted through the smoke and went for that planter, he actually got hit by the laser of Denari. He was slowed for 8 seconds. They knew that he was in. They don't get the kill before the plant goes down, unfortunately, because the shield was covering all the bullets, but it gave them the information of what was happening in that server. So good from Soul's Heart. That's their defense done, though. Now they've gotten the attack. Now they have to problem solve from the more difficult side, arguably, and show us, again, they can figure out how to deal with what Shark are doing.
I love that from Soul's Heart. It's been 4 rounds in a row, and securing the finale of that half in a fashion like that with a big retake and a ninja defuse, it's unreal. Not to mention the fact that, of course, the clutch that we saw from Scatman is still hot in our minds from just a couple of rounds ago. Shark, it's been quite a drought for them. They looked so good in the first 2 rounds. Since then, absolutely nothing. They might have beat their very unfortunate record that they set yesterday against Weber, only winning a single round, but they need to win a whole lot more than that, and those attacks ended up petering out. What can they do on their defense? I don't know, but I can tell you one thing, Pengu, Soul's Heart have started to find their confidence.
Once you left open as well, picked so far, can still change away from it, of course. It would almost be a shame to see Scatman of all players play the Monty right now, right? But then again, who else should do it, right? You gotta get the support goats and the support operators. And Monty, I know, is a shield operator, but I would argue definitely a support type operator. You're not gonna go for kills, you're gonna go for plans, you know, get for information, and your teammates around you can do the work. Soul's Heart have a lot of information game right now, right? The Grim Bees can red ping you consistently. Yes, there's a mute jammer, but there's only 4 of those on the map. You got Buck who can go downstairs with the Monty information above. They have options. They can go for direct attacks, they can go for roam clears, they can go from above, they can go directly, like... I'm curious... Oh my god, Song letting some damage there. As I9 opens up the barricade with the DMR. Now, Shark can deny a plan for a while, right? They got Ella Grisnot Mines. They stopped a plant, by the way. They stopped you from the plant animation. They got Goyo Fire all around the map, and they got Toxic Babes, and they got a C4. So if the timer runs low for Soul's Heart, that could be an ugly way to lose the round. So they gotta kind of keep the pace here. Mute jammer, no EMPs. Oh, the EMPs are there, never mind.
All the way on DCH, who's going to come over with those baby EMPs. It's a bit of a long toss.
He agrees, he's going to have to get closer.
Go for the repel, don't want to miss that one. There we go. Quick pop from Mr. Punch. And the exothermic will detonate. Of course, the peak of this push will likely be Scatman on that Monty, we've talked plenty about, but just a little bit of background on this guy. I mean, like in the last 90 days, he's actually been the highest rated player on the team. He's got a positive KD, positive 10 on entry, the highest survival rate on the team. 23 plants, by the way, and 7 clutches, which is almost as much as the entire rest of the team. This is playing Ace, Thermite, Montaigne.
He's doing everything.
Mute, Smoke. This guy is the literal GOAT at the moment, the Thai GOAT for Soul's Heart. He's killing it.
Oh, man. There's 2 options here for the attack of Soul's Heart. Do what they're doing right now, which we call a back take. They got main breach, plus they're going for a back take. Or they can take upstream and go for a front take. They're not. There's no one here whatsoever. The door is open. And unlike Shark, when Shark was attacking, they don't have that split pressure of guns everywhere. Instead, it is that Buck downstairs. So Monty information by the bomb side door. With the Buck below, looking for those kills. But back to my previous point. Timer can be a problem. 50 seconds left. Toxic Babes has been spent. Goyo Fire pop. We gotta start seeing some kills happening now from the Buck downstairs, but a flank is coming.
Will this Goyo overextend his welcome? Will Mark fall? Impact grenade goes out. Mark has still survived, but at the moment he's not playing the vertical game he needs to, and he's about to feel a lot of pressure. Skeleton Key comes out, doesn't find the kill, but the hip fire with the C8 does. Momo goes down, but doesn't matter because Shark have done their due diligence on the site. They've held on. Soul's Heart have fallen apart. No more Monty to speak of. Just DCH coming up here with the Grim, looking for a kill. He's got info on where Jackie Wu will sit. Spray. And now with the shotgun, it comes on out. DCH will find one, but there comes the shotty. It's a double for Jackie Wu. And Shark LFO are finally back in the server.
Beautiful. Bolo charming all as well for the nice montage clip. Looking really good there. I mean, I honestly liked what we saw from Soul's Heart, but it kind of fell flat. Didn't have anybody actively watching the flank drones, if there were any, for the bug. Monty upstairs didn't convey the information accurate enough, it looked like, for the bug to get, successful vertical damage control, and there was no split pressure. Shark knew there are two problems in this round. What's directly in front of us and what is directly beneath us. They were not worried about their backs whatsoever. They knew the staircase was clear. They knew that the backside was clear. They knew the windows were clear. It was just a bomb side door, where the small box rotate, and then of course the bug downstairs. And we see Momo getting killed, Songla, Jackie Wu, everyone getting active together, because you're fighting 5 versus 5 in a singular hallway, essentially. So I want to see Soul's Heart. Yes, you can play the Monty, play the shields, whatever, but get that split pressure, get more around the map. At least have one guy backstepping or something like that. It was too predictable. And this map, it can really just, funnel you into a blender in that single hallway. It's not going to go well for you as an attacker.
Dreadmine on.
I like the idea. It's Soul's Heart, quite a contrast to Shark. As you said last round, Shark really go for these split takes, right? Soul's Heart say, okay, we're really going to push here, and our push is we're going from this angle with the Monty, and we've got the Buck doing vert. It's very simple, but it has potential to fall apart very quickly. Shark LFO is, we're going to push everywhere, a little bit of everywhere. Makes it a bit more of a flexible push. This is a very devilish spawn peak, and I don't think that Soul's Heart are aware of it
Oh my
at
god,
all.
the timing!
Bit awkward there for Pinjin, though. He almost dies. Does get away, and he's just gonna escape.
I like this. So they bring out the Oryx because, one, you can go up the hatches, so you can start first floor, go upstairs. Now you've kind of cut the map in half, essentially, unless the attacker started top floor, which they have it on the roam. Secondly, if you bring out the Monty from Scapman, you have now a direct counter, which means, again, you can stay alive on the roam and challenge the Monty if you want to. But they also have a ton of Plantenai, right? Again, we see the Tashanka, we see the Goyo, we see a C4 from Mute. This is them saying, we're playing a 4+1 strat. Oryx can go as crazy as he wants, play solo, jump out a window, Songla trades 1-for-1. I'm gonna say worth it because Goyo takes down the Thermite, that is good value. But Soul's Heart right now, they got a problem solved. Shark are playing 2 lines, heavy roam, heavy plant denial. Soul's Heart either got a roam clear or hit the bomb side. They can't try and do both at the same time.
You can see how much Shark are just looking to try and find a kill on their exit. Momo's like, yeah, just overstay my welcome for a second and find a kill here. And that's the kind of behavior that is going to lead to the vert kills coming through from I9 MC. I don't know if he was unaware or decided to take the risk, take the fight, but now down in the numbers, 3 versus 4. It's not a good look. For Shark, Soul's Heart inching closer. They still have the vertical pressure.
Yeah, they got the Oryx, but no value on the roam just yet. A late round flank perhaps, but they have got no information. There's no one even here, actually. I9 sort of approaching the area. Oryx has to go big for at least 1 kill. Sharks defending
Oh
it.
no, what are you doing?
Oh, but Jagibu swings unnecessarily. They have to shank it. They have Goyo 5. They don't have to make this risk.
Oh, it's been so well read here by Soul's Heart. As soon as they have the 4v3, they just slow down. They have a little bit of a poke on the bomb site, and they bait and wait for these players to get over-aggressive. They hold their guns up and wait for Shark to feed them. That's exactly what happens. Most of these Shark players have been cannon fodder. Momo's the last one standing. Sitting here, he might have the Lord on his side, but I don't think all the fire and all the LMGs in the world will save him now. A 4v1, he spots 1 player, but I9 is there for him. And Soul's Heart, well, they are back in control of the game and on the verge of kicking down Shark LFO to their 2nd loss of the stage.
I think it's very important when you're playing that kind of defense from Shark, where you have 1 guy top floor roaming and 2 guys by the bomb side. Because mind you this, if the attackers go for a quick bomb side attack, you're playing 2 versus 4. That 3rd roamer, Oryx, doesn't exist. If Oryx is too fast and dies early, now you have no roaming pressure, now you're 2v4 on the bomb side. If Oryx goes too slow, as I said before, then it needs to be by the bomb side when Oryx is still trying to flank. It's very important that you find that fine line in the middle, where Jackie Wu and Momo can stay alive, be very cautious on the bomb side. Their only job right now is to stop a plant from going down, not to get kills. Jackie Wu swings the hallway very aggressively with the door next to him barricade. Like, he doesn't have to make that play, but he does. He dies. Now Oryx is forced into a flank much earlier than he wanted and was literally just being watched by the flank watcher of I9 and just dies. So I feel like Shark, you gotta figure out when are we playing aggressive, when are we playing defensive, and who's doing what. Because you can't all play aggressive, you can't all play defensive, right? You gotta have different people do different things at the right time. That's how you get the best result possible in a round. And that previous one we saw from that basement roam game, I didn't like what I was seeing.
Yeah, got to be wondering what's going on here. What has happened between Stage 1 and Stage 2? Aside from Shark, of course, losing their organization in Team Orchid, the team as a whole, I mean, last time they went up against Soul's Heart, it was a decisive 7-2 victory for these guys. And now they're struggling. That was also not that long ago. That was the last game of the regular stage. Orchid at the time ended up second place moving into the playoffs. They were looking so hot. And now this is all they have to show for it. I mean, they were quickly 2-0'd when it came to the BO3s in Stage 1, but I hadn't expected this kind of form. The only question for me is about Momo, who's listed as a sub for this team, instead of Scarlet, who's technically has historically been on the main roster. Is this a permanent addition? Is there something going on with Orchid's player availabilities or their roster? I don't know, but there's got to be some answers soon, because this is just not the Shark that we would expect after the form of their predecessors in Stage 1.
Approach upstairs, an Ash charge, Grim Beast following through, but look at the setup from Shark. Reinforce the walls, playing passively in their corners. Again, waiting for the right moment to strike out with these Grim Beasts. Doing good value. New Jammer, though, stops it, I believe. Or it got shot, I'm not entirely certain. Look, they're baiting it. They're baiting the angle.
Yeah, beautiful. Great work there from Songla. Just hiding a player in the corner and getting the rest of the team to bait for it. Now he's hiding there with a Nitro Cell. That said, yeah, Scatman somehow found himself in a position to plan. It was seemingly a little bit overzealous, though, not quite ready. Big kill, though, from Mr. Punch, who's quickly traded on back. Amongst the chaos, it ends up in a 2 versus 2, which strangely is winnable here for Soul's Heart, despite them not looking too hot at the start of it. DCH, he's got that diffuser back. Curious air jab actually near the hole in the floor. He doesn't know where it's going to be safe to try and go for a plant, so a flashbang through the floor. I don't think the cover is going to be there. The flashbang subsides. I9 goes down. DCH will confirm the plant, but quickly be taken down by Songla. And so the round will go in the favor of Shark LFO. And Soul's Heart failing to convert their advantage, failing to find map point. Songla is having a bit of a meme. I don't know what's going on. Poor Momo. He doesn't deserve this, but it's another round on the board for Shark. They're just one behind.
Somebody please help Mr. Punch. I mean, that guy is putting up montage clips right now with the 3Ps running around, primary, secondary, getting all 3 kills in quick succession. No one else really getting much done that round from Soul's Heart. Yes, a plant was trying to go down, but almost 0 cover, and nothing really happened from that either, unfortunately for them. Shark LFO, great mini play, right? Playing very passive with the mute jammers, then baiting the player in the corner, getting a free kill. That starting off in that 5 versus 4 favoring defense might have been the single sole reason why that worked out so successfully, because there was one less attacker to deal with the verticality up above. Because I think the vision was pretty clear from Soul's Heart, and I like that. They're gonna have Grim attack in top floor, big distraction game, right? And then they're gonna try and go for a plant downstairs. Either you watch the guy planting, you get shot by the guy attacking top floor, or you shoot the guy top floor, but maybe the plant goes down and you can just win from the post-plant position as the attacking team. But because Grim dies, they're missing that backstep presence once more. They're all attacking mostly from the same area of the map. Only Mr. Punch got a couple of kills, and that was really it. So I like this. The small things right now are favoring Shark. The bigger picture kind of favoring Soul's Heart.
That said, only one round behind for Shark here.
Yeah.
I feel like the trend has been that, Soul's Heart, they have some individual heroics, clutches from players like Scatman, but Shark, I feel like the way that they split up on their attacks and the way that they thrive a little bit more in the chaos on their defenses, I wonder how many times are we going to get in those 2v2s, 3v3s, because even though Soul's Heart do look like perhaps the better team, I think in a chaotic environment like a 2v2 or a 3v3, I wouldn't be surprised if Shark are going to come away ahead.
That being said, they're only one round away from being down, facing match point if you're a Shark. So this round right here, very important one, of course. Either it'll be as close as ever. Soul's Heart will be one away. Setup looking very similar from both teams. I actually really like the mute ban right now from Soul's Heart, enabling the Grim some more. And also be enabling stuff like a Blitz if you wanted to, although not being played this round. gives you less things to hide from. Same with the Deimos, right? Those trackers are gonna go through now. There is no two-brow to counter. Those two-brows freeze canisters also works as a mute jammer. It can destroy the signal, essentially. So far this round have to get a bit more aggressive in the server. We gotta see the red pings, the Deimos trackers going for kills. And Shark are playing very passively into it. Mirror windows, trap operators, plant deny operators, time denying operators. It is two very different games in this round. One wants to go for kills, one wants to deny a plant. A plant might not happen though.
Back in Soul's Heart. In moments like this, they bring out things like the Ying, Capitao, Grim combos, and that's when things get spicy. A late mirror placement from Jackie, though, might throw a bit of a spanner in the works. How are they going to deal with this? Scatman, of course, elsewhere, not in position, and he's worried about a peek from the Sky Bridge, so he's not really sure how he can play this one. He has unsuccessfully tried to Hibana trick that wall, but it's not been made soft as of yet.
Yeah, an issue as well is this hallway on the interior is a problem as well. He messed it up. You see, you gotta align it middle.
Oh, he's still like, cooked it.
Yeah, I think you can get in grunt. I think you can kind of let your way in there with a crouch. Unless that small piece actually will mess it up, I'm not entirely sure. But they can't quite get in from this hallway. That's the problem. The hallway's locking them out as a blender once more.
Oh, the thing is here, the Ying Candelas could make the difference.
3, 2, 1.
For I9, he's got the rifle and not the shotgun, so close range is still going to be a challenge. He's going to get peeked as well. So well read there by Shark LFO. Songlar's hit double digits, the first player to do so on his team. And here comes the chaos, though, from Soul's Heart. They find their way into the building, but at what cost? They're a player down at the moment. 35 seconds. There's plenty of time left on the board, Pangu, but this push has run out of steam.
Yeah, they got their way in now, but had to retreat diffuser outside, so Capitao is leaving the building. Mark stuck on the staircase against Toxic Babes, 20 seconds. I mean, they're just denying them the space right now with gadgetry. Can he even get in here?
It's going to be awkward for DCH. Almost sees an angle, but like you've said, the entry denial is insane here. The Tachanka and the smoke. The smoke now comes on through from DCH as well. You're right. He cannot get in. It's been a failure from Scatman on the support role. His team can't get in. DCH in a 1v3. Shark tie the scoreline. And we're at 5 rounds apiece. This game is going the distance.
As I was saying, one team wants to go for kills, the other one is trying to deny you any space in the server. Mirror Window, Goyo Fire, Toxic Babes, Tashanka Fire, and Ella Mines as well. No matter where the attack was coming from, they are playing against multiple guns, multiple gadgets, plus they messed up the hard breaching early in the round. They only had a scuffed breach, a prone hole I think there was going to be in the end there, and a hallway leading to a single door in towards the bomb side. Again, I kind of wish we saw some more verticality. Deimos downstairs, Buck downstairs, trying to deny the Tashanka positioning before pushing into the bomb site itself, but that didn't happen. Mark was playing Deimos stuck on that rocket staircase the entire round, just getting denied by gadgetry, the fire, the smoke, etc. for over a full minute. Not only that, but Ying jumped in bathroom window and died with Candela in hand. Just getting swamped by 2 different defenders. No one was there to help Ying. Nobody was there to trade the body either. Diffuser outside the building. Capitao had to leave that 3v4 and say, guys, I gotta run back outside the building for 20 seconds because we don't got Diffuser right now. And then it was just completely over. Yeah. It's tied up.
Too many half-baked ideas from Soul's Heart, not enough conviction. That's the thing, like we've said, conviction. In the chaos, Shark are happy to play that, but Soul's Heart aren't playing into the chaos. They're like, okay, well, we have a strat, we have a plan. Monty's gonna go here, Ying's gonna go here, but they're half-baked. Like, you need, if you have a strat like that, you need to be good at all of the minutiae of playing that. For example, I9 can't be dying with a Candela in hand. Maybe he should be running a shotgun. You know, he didn't look like a guy who's run that strat 100 times in scrims and is ready to play it.
It's a good point. Also, mind you, one thing I haven't really mentioned, the new Reaper secondary SMG is now in more operators, like the Ying, so you can play Ying shotgun primary and have an SMG secondary. Same with Sled, same with Pulse, same with Rook. So you got more options now for shotgun play if you wanted to.
Arguably, Ying's pistol is probably better than that gun anyway. the
they did buff the recoil, but it's tough.
Yeah, I mean, it still fires 1 bullet per year. I think we get it may be an automatic weapon, but I think we get more new maps coming into Siege than we get bullets coming out of that gun.
It is actually like deceptively slow. Like you're shooting and you're thinking SMG, brrr, and it's like boom, boom, boom.
Because all the other like secondary SMGs, like Bearing 9, SMG 11, SMG 12, they're like absolute laser beams. Like brrr, they just go crazy. And there's this thing, it's like boop, boop, boop.
No, it's that was my first impression when I tried it out when it first got launched. I was like, I'm gonna beam this guy, right? Or it's gonna be so easy, and then it was just not easy at all. So slow. Yeah. So it's the attack though, and I mean Shark are doing the same thing again. They're playing heavy time deny, heavy plant deny, although be it no Tashanka this time, unfortunately. But there's a minute and 10 seconds left. They're flanking top floors. Oh, Souls Heart are kind of just waiting for the fire to subside. They're rotating to backside actually instead. Never mind. But again, they're forced into a singular doorway against the mirror window. They gotta do the vert, gotta get that ash breach. That works. But there's still heavy crossfire on the doors. It won't be easy to walk on in.
It's a decisive round here. It may determine the fate of which team will go home with no points. Yeah. Songhua finds the opening kill. It's a trade back, though, for Soul's Heart as they continue evening things up. Shark LFO, like you said, though, a retake upstairs. It's Jackie Wu. I'm not sure if they're aware of it. Soul's Heart have to be careful entering the site when there are players above. There seems to be some kind of awareness upstairs. A smoke comes through, crazily enough, from I9. Scatman's actually going to go for a plant here. Amidst the smoke. Not planting as of yet, but trying to get into the building. 12 seconds to go, and the traps are coming through. Scatman is on the floor. DCH looking to try and cover him, but it doesn't matter as Momo, he's come to life with the SMG. Mr. Punch, he might have been so good in this game, but he can't do anything from flank watch. 12 kills don't matter if his team will lose the round. And Shark LFO, match point is theirs.
It's a tough attack once more, right? Very linear, very predictable, in through a single door in two separate areas. Don't get full roam clear, don't get full map control. It's just a little bit messy, a little bit too simplistic for Soul's Heart. They're gonna call it a tactical timeout. And you're thinking, that's great and all, but Shark can also talk amongst each other in their support staff and, you know, prepare for this upcoming defense. And I will always say this, when you have a tactical timeout like right now, you know, 6-5 scoreline favoring defense, I will happily be the defender every single time. Not only because you're on match point, but because you can now sit there for 60 full seconds and tailor this one upcoming defense to perfection. The right bomb side, the right operators, the right adaptations. If you're Soul's Heart right now, you have to assume what bumps that they're going for and just fully talk about that one upcoming round to go 6-6, then play overtime. Or you have to talk general things like, guys, we need more split pressure. Guys, stop playing these operators for a more general sense in case you don't know what bumps that they're gonna go to. And if you even win at Soul's Heart into 6-6, you still have the problems of the past into overtime. So I really feel like it's really backs against the walls now if you're on the attacking side. Soul's Heart gotta show up big right now, or they're not gonna win this match.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, just what a roller coaster of emotions this game has been, Nick. It's been Shark going 2-0, looking untouchable at the start of the game on their attack. Soul's Heart absolutely thwopping them, including a big 1v3 clutch from Scatman. Then they were in the lead. They went up 5-2. Since then, it's been, what, 4 in a row from Shark to take match point. I mean, Soul's Heart, is this really where you go down after winning 5 rounds in a row? Yeah, it's been back and forth. A lot of these rounds have not actually been as competitive as we'd expect. I mean, there's been a lot of wind taken out of these teams' sails. I mean, Soul's Heart last round's a great example of that. Even here, what's going on? Songhua is trapped out of the bomb site where he's trying to get into the hallway to throw a cam down. I mean, what's going on? It comes down to this, like you said, Soul's Heart, they just need to hack this one right now.
Swapping mags.
Whenever I see this bomb site, the tertiary option, and I see a sense, we all know what's gonna happen, right? And it's such a 50-50. They're gonna go first floor, they're gonna spam the sense walls downstairs, they're gonna try and plant in the middle of it all. It's chaos. If 1 C4 hits you, you die as a planter. If you get shot by a straight bullet, you're dead as a planter. It's just one of those really risky rounds. If you call it tactical timeout, and you're going to actually go for the default attack with the sense walls, I feel like you have not done a good enough job in that TO. So I want to see Soul's Heart with an ace up their sleeve, with a trick somewhere on the map, like this, you know? An opening pick from Scatman is massive. Takes down the Asami. Not all keepers have been deployed. They got bomb site pressure. But again, the one way they can lose this just as quickly as they can win it is if you just try and go for a plant and the plant goes down. Momo's playing mirror on the bomb side, just like Mr. Punch did before when they were defending with C4 in pocket. As long as Momo is alive, they cannot go for a plant. They have to problem solve this situation first.
Yeah. And credit to Momo, we talked a little bit about him. He was a sub in stage 1. We've got confirmation from our admins. He's actually now replaced Scarlet, who, quote, ran out of passion for the game and is now going pro in a different game, apparently.
Yeah, apparently.
So he's struggled at the moment. And yeah, the team decided to get rid of him and promote Momo up. Now he's got a big responsibility playing this mirror position on a very fickle bomb site. This one is. It's very challenging to know that it's actually going to be a good chance to plant. And last time we saw Soul's Heart Ninja a defuse on this bomb site, it turned the tide of the entire match. Could it be the same case again?
Time will tell. Momo still alive, 60 seconds, has that valuable C4. Solos above, can also find the plant as a ton of information.
Oh.
Flank gets shut down, Songla with the correct read. That right there could turn the tide. Down to a 4-on-4, and Soul's Heart, they lose that pressure from behind.
Yeah, and Mr. Punch has put the team on his back. I think you're right, Mark may have just missed-thrown, but Momo has shot him, so I don't think that Soul's Heart will be making too many unfair assumptions. However, Songla overextends a little bit. Momo comes to life. The recently promoted substitute with the Vector finds a double in what could be the final round of the game. Scatman and DCH need to work together now, but Momo's waiting. He's found his third. It's all up to Scatman, and Momo goes nuclear with a 4K! Shark! A big opening for them here. It was a rough start to the stage, losing 7-1 to Weibo, but here they have done it again. A big comeback from 2-5 down to get revenge on Soul's Heart. A well-deserved win as they get back on the horse.
What a big showcase of Momo, man. This guy's been kind of quiet for most of this game, but he showed up in the final round, getting a 4-piece, and with that, Shark, surprise to me, they get the W.
That's right, a big win for Shark. Their first of the stage, perhaps the first of many more, and what a great showing from Momo, the new player on the roster. We'll, of course, break that down later, but don't forget, we've got plenty of more matches coming up. Next is Daystar versus Arrival 7. Stick around.
2023. I've been casting since 2016, so a long time. But I feel like this event was the first time where I actually like thought I was good. And I'm lucky that Parker was like to me, hey, we've been asked to do the grand final, but I want you to join us for it. And like for all of my years casting, like kind of being the guy from APAC, like I'm kind of always just the guy from APAC, never kind of get a chance to do the grand final or anything like that. So it was a pretty big moment. And yeah, Parker is a very lovely guy. And funnily enough, it was my first big cast that I did with Pengu, who's now my duo. A lot of things going on in my brain during that event. Like that event, I feel like me and my co-cast at the time, Mandy, like we were doing really well. This memory really just evokes like, I guess the thought that like, even after doing something for a long time, you can still like kind of push to the next level. Also, it just felt like a really big moment, even though Atlanta, you know, it wasn't the biggest event ever, right? And it was a major, it wasn't a Six Invitational, but like W7M, now Furia, like they were like kind of carving their own history, like they've now formed a bit of a dynasty. And this was kind of the moment where that became like, ooh, they're starting to really do things that no one's ever done before, because no team had ever won 2 majors before. When I started casting in 2016, I had no specific ambition. I had no idea that I would end up doing grand finals, that it would end up being like a career for, you know, maybe 10 years or more. I was literally just a guy who was like bored with his course at uni and felt like, studying music isn't gonna get me a job, so I'm gonna go work in a cafe and play video games. And I actually wanted to be a pro player, but I also watched like Kickstar and Panky and those casters, and I was like, I feel like I could do that. Like I got the music performance experience, and I like teaching, I like talking about like how stuff works. So casting felt like something I was better at than playing. I had no idea that, yeah, it could be a career, that it could be something that is like my full-time job, or that I would get to do a grand final, or work with people that I literally was watching. Like back in the day, I was watching Pengu. Like I remember the early hours of the morning watching Penta versus Black Dragons, the grand final that Pengu won in like 2017 or something like that. Like I had no idea that I would one day be casting with them. So sometimes, yeah, you check yourself and like a bit of a surreal moment. I couldn't be a pro player because I'm not good enough. I overthink everything, and I'm better at casting anyway. This has been R6 Rewind with Dev Marta. I hope you guys are looking forward to stage 2, because APL is gonna slap.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
It's another level 1v1, the close end for the ball, win, saves and what is going on? Ese es efectivo, y va intentando plantar mais a Indiana. Prioritization, the
It has been a very long day of APL, and anyone who's been watching since OS, this morning it was in my time, whatever time zone you're in, whoever watched OS into APAC North, into Asia, credit to you guys. It's our turn, Nick, to of course take over. We've just had one of our Asia matches happen, and funnily enough, Soulsheart, who I predicted, ended up falling to Shark LFO. Big game, of course, but out with the old, in with the new. Next up, it's Daystar and Arrival 7. Nick, Daystar actually had a really good showing yesterday. They won their match against Soulsheart, or not yesterday, last play. They won their match against Soulsheart. On the other side of this, though, we're not really going to expect a lot out of a team like Arrival 7, who are yet to find any points on the board.
Yeah, I think the story of this matchup is how good can Daystar look in this matchup against what should be a much weaker team than them and come out with a convincing W. Although I will say, to defend the Rival 7 really quickly, they did play Elevate and lost 1-7, so it's like they played maybe the second best team in the region after Weibo, so things could of course be shaken up. But you see the stats, it looked pretty much high, right? 9-5, 9-5, 13-6. It was a 7-3 victory for Daystar on Night Haven Labs against Soulsheart.
Yeah, so for Daystar, we haven't really had any major changes. The biggest one is that Azuki, who previously has played for a couple of teams in the Asia League, he was a substitute in Stage 1. He's now replaced GigaChad, who's gone down into substitute for Daystar. I guess GigaChad was not Giga enough of a Chad.
Okay.
And that's all I have to say about Daystar. Of course, their opponents, Arrival 7. Look, unfortunately, these guys didn't have too hot of a performance in Stage 1. Now, they haven't had any player changes coming into Stage 2, which perhaps isn't a very good sign. This Thai roster right here failed to make it to the top 6. They only won 2 games and lost the other 5. So, yeah, it's a long way to go for these guys coming into Stage 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a game-by-game basis. You know, can they take, how many rounds can they take off their opponent? Are they looking better? Can they work on fundamentals? I think for Rival 7, realistically, it's about where are they right now in the beginning of the stage and how good can they become towards the end. It's about the road for them, the journey.
Yeah. Well, if there's anything exciting here for Arrival 7, it's the fact that, well, this isn't actually quite a rematch from Stage 1 because we didn't see Daystar and Arrival 7 play in Stage 1. You might be thinking, well, how did that happen? We play a round robin. Every team plays everyone else. Unfortunately, Arrival 7 couldn't field their complete roster on that day. They didn't have enough substitutes. They couldn't field their full 5. And so they had to forfeit their match. Daystar got the free win. So this is actually, in a way, the first time that we're seeing them go head-to-head in Blast Star 6. And as we dig into the maps, where are we going to go? It's not going to be Chalet Bank Sky. Is it going to be? Yeah, okay, it's going to be Lyric. And so I really hope you like Lair, Pengu, because, man, we're going straight on back.
I'm happy to take it. I actually like when we see like a back-to-back mapper, see the differences in operator bands and play styles and how they problem solve. But let's not go for 3 or 4. Yeah, let's keep it at 2. And the next game, and after that, we'll get new maps. Okay, deal. Okay.
Yeah, low-key Lair hater watch right here from Pengu. Of course, we'll hope that Latent Dragon, Weibo, and Fury Elevate later today give us some fresh maps. But for now, it'll be exciting to see what Daystar and Arrival 7 have to show for us on this map. Of course, in the previous playday, like I said, Daystar, big win over Soulsheart, 7-3, which I think, you know, even though Soulsheart did just lose to LFO, Shark LFO, I should say, I think that's still a pretty impressive result from Daystar, right? Soulsheart still are a good team, and a 7-3 is a pretty convincing win. On the flip side of that, 7-1 loss from A7 onto Elevate, yeah, they really need to get back on the horse.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate is a tough opponent, right? And as I said, Arrival 7 is a tough one. You're playing Bank, you know, you're up against a really good team. Sucks to suck, but it is what it is. Now you gotta look at today. How many rounds can they get? All they gotta do is beat the previous of a 1-7. They can go 2-7 and call it a W.
I'm having a look at the EPS results from Stage 1, and GigaChad, who has now been dropped, of course, in favor of Azuki, was the second worst rated player in the whole league, tied with Azuki, who subbed in for a couple of those games. So it's not a great look for those two poor guys on the Daystar side. So I'm going to keep my eye on Azuki. Of course, he's the new addition to the team on the side of Daystar. Souffle, Pika, Seal, they're the big hitters, especially Souffle was 4th best player in the league in Stage 1. Also, as for Arrival 7, a surprising performer for me, Pengu, was Peeps, who ended up as the 3rd best rated player in the league. Now, he only played 6 maps, but of course, that was still a really admirable performance for a player that I've literally not really heard much of before. So, yeah, I'm going to hold on hope that Arrival 7 will show a little bit more for us than what we saw in Stage 1.
I'm getting to experience some culture right now. I have never seen these letters in in-game chat before. Look at this. I mean,
I have no idea what they're typing.
is it an N? Is it an A? Like, no one knows. It looks similar.
It looks like an S,
But it's
but
very
like
cool.
a weird S. I don't know.
Yep.
Please.
Please.
Yeah, please discontinue
Hey,
chat.
we're
You
getting
tell him,
cultural
Fortress
experience.
Admin
Come on,
1.
man. Nah.
Or face my wrath.
My wrath. Oh, we're getting fighty with it. I like it.
Oh yeah. I mean, when you got a name like Fortress Admin 1, I wouldn't be winning across you.
Oh boy.
Yeah, me and Fortress Admin 1, we go way back.
Way back. We're tight like that. Now, we've had the bans in in-game chat. Now the team's got to show up and actually show us in the server performance as well that they can have fun and of course put up a tight series here. They start, it only gets better for them. They're starting defense, which I think Lair is a bit of a toss-up. I think if you're a good attacking team, it can definitely be attacker favored. But in this particular matchup, and also commonly in APAC as a whole, like upper region, defender favorite Lair, I would say more often than not.
Yeah.
They start defense, they can chill, set up their utility, and wait for everyone to 7 to struggle at whatever they're gonna struggle with.
The temptation for a run out here from Souffle. Like I said, top player rated on Daystar in the last 3 months. What's he going for? This would be a very aggressive run out to tear down that door and run outside with the Jaeger, but wouldn't be the most aggressive thing we've seen a Jaeger do. Looks like Gallet's actually going to spot him. So A7 doing a very thorough job with their droning, spotting out this roamer. Let's find out if Souffle is able to escape, whether he's being cut off. I can see...
Ooh.
Looks like Pio, hides an angle. Does a little bit of damage on the Souffle. Decides it's probably better not to recontest.
What a cursed scope from Souffle as well. The ugly holographic scope. That's more like it from Jogor. Got the regular holo. Got a peep around the corner. Careful. Gas pipe gets shot. Joker's taking a bit of damage. He's playing this position in the hallway, kind of sandwiched in. Needs a bit of help from the crossfire because if he just peeks this, Joker might just die.
Oh, hello. No, Jogor's not going to die. Jogor swings that one, then he gets out the C4. And he does a hell of a lot of damage on a Raldini as well, who will confirm a kill onto Azuki, who was a little bit baited there. But Jogor, man, this guy has no fear, and perhaps he should have, because Peeps has now taken him on down again. That said, Daystar are not going to let Arrival 7 have the last laugh. Souffle finally finds his. And we end up at a 3 versus 3. Still that Blackbeard is alive. Souffle's on for a potential flank here, though. Could be deadly.
No drones. Oh,
yeah, there was one drone, I think, and yeah, he did have to worry about the track, so we'll take that down and likely retreat.
Could have reinforced the wall. They have 3 spare reinforcements in pocket, but opted not to. So the lines of sight are open for both teams to be utilized. The BP, as always, a bit of a problem. Has those frag grenades, hard to shoot, hard to kill. I like this from Souffle. He's hiding in the corner by the window, baiting the jump into a swing. And if this player dies, what?
Yeah, quite the
Checks
opposite.
it, shoots it. Yeah, now the flank is open again.
Very well played here from Arrival 7. Peeps having a big one. Oh, here's an opportunity for Pika. And Seal to try and clutch up. Seal does seal the deal, seemingly. It's a 1v1 for Gallet. Pika on the other side. It's up to him to clutch it now. And the Echo, well, the concussion will come on through that Sonic Burst. It's being watched, but Pika clutches the kill, finds the shot, and stays alive for Daystar.
Definitely too close for comfort. Not sure they knew who that final player was of the Ace, but Asami sprinted straight in towards the hallway and just, surrendered into a 1v1. You see right here, takes down the Blackbeard, runs to the Blackbeard, and dies twice. Not sure what happened there. No crossfire needle. Pika clutches up, gets that final kill. Well done. But Arrival 7 showing they got some fight in them. I mean, they were doing a great job with the aggression, pushing together, the timings. Blackbeard did an exceptional job at staying alive for as long as he did, getting value after value with the information and the frag grenades. If they start fooling around too much in this server, there could be some rounds lost very easily to Arrival 7.
I'm just looking at some of these Arrival 7 players that I haven't said their names aloud before much, and I'm like, I just realized I'm in the middle of, I'm saying Gallet, like as if it's mallet, but I'm wondering, is it like the French galet?
Galet.
Galet? Do we want to go Galet? Because I googled it. Apparently it's a watch brand, a Swiss watch brand as well. Galley can refer to a small chip of stone, a brand of Swiss watches and fire helmets, a historical watchmaker, or the name of a French librettist and playwright. I'm gonna go. Let's go Galley. Do we go Galley? We're gonna go Galley.
Galley is more exotic, so I like Galley.
Yeah.
Gallet is so like.
Yeah, Gallet.
Galley.
Mallet. Wallet.
Yeah.
Ballot.
Exactly.
Let's go Galley, I reckon. I like that one. Yeah, it's funny, like, every now and then you see a name, like, pop up that you swear you remember from years ago. And for me, on this Arrival 7 roster, it's Roldini and Labyrinth, who, like, I remember them playing in, I reckon it was APAC 2020 for some of these Thai teams. I don't know whether it was Q Confirm or which eventually became Fury or one of these other ones. But, yeah, it's funny to see these players that have kind of struggled to make it to the top level in terms of, like, making majors still kicking it after so long. And, man, they've actually got a bit of teeth. I mean, that round was not half bad.
No, this one starts off in the right side of the equation as well. Opening pick, takes down Pika on the smoke, who touched that previous round. Rival 7 are absolutely everywhere. Downstairs, now upstairs, hunting the Jaeger. Oh, sorry, the Legion. Seal, bit of trouble. Can he escape, though?
Oh. Ah! That's not half bad, though. I like the way that Seal used that Legion mine. Puts a lot of pressure on Roldini, who did end up tanking it, and I think he must have pulled it out before it did any real damage. Speaking of, there's another one. Perhaps it was the same one. Here comes the Ram as well. Bit of vertical game on the players downstairs, but the fight is not done here on the ground floor. The fight's not done anywhere. These guys are just getting started as Pio's found another big kill, and Peeps, Peeps I think was the one that found that.
Ooh.
It's Azuki on site, very carefully trying to duel these quick peeks on the corners, but he hasn't found a kill yet for Daystar.
This is interesting. Daystar can very quickly turn this around with a kill or two. There goes one. So he keeps on peeking, takes on Dokkaebi. Massive kill in terms of value. And Arrival 7 just slowed down the round, almost reset it. The droning, the waiting, they got Monty. In my eyes, they could just walk on in. The flank is still open. Seal knows the whereabouts of the Ram. Easy kill.
Yeah. He's going to tank that air jab, doesn't even matter. And the switch is flipped. It was a 5v3 for Arrival. Oh, now it's going to be a 3v1. Daystar capitulating on the bomb site, leaving Seal up on the vert, with seemingly not a lot of info to go off as well. The plant's going down from Roldini, and Seal is
I have no idea.
Nowhere to be seen. He's got goo mines in pocket, but no real util to speak of that's going to be of use in a clutch situation like this. Jump on downstairs and try and bait a few kills. Hello and goodbye to Labyrinth, who was just hiding in the corner. Seal spots him, takes down a drone. It's going to be awkward to take down. Yeah, well, not only is there fire, but there's a bloody Monty staring him down. How are you going to kill a Montaigne? Perhaps with a goo mine it could support, but you're going to need to kill Galley first. And he has completely retreated far away from the vicinity. I just don't see any world in which Seal can clutch this.
It's a shame, but Monty post-plan 1v1 alone can most likely win this round, and he's got back up. I like how they're playing it so disciplined. Like, this is not a team from Arrival 7 where you see, okay, they lost last playday 1-7. Sure, it's against Elevate, you know, they're a great team, whatever, but they're playing good fundamentals, they're playing structured, they got the aggression, they got the timing, and in that 2v1 post-plant, they had the discipline of a great team. The Monty takes the 1v1 for information, doesn't get overly aggressive, doesn't, you know, right-click for the zoom-in, and the other player just hides away. It's pixel perfect. No mistakes with my Arrival 7 once they get the bump down, and they also reset the round multiple times. They are fast in Garage. Okay, now they're gonna sprint upstairs, clear the room, then back to Garage. They're not afraid of changing the plan in the middle of the round when they find new information, and I love to see that. Keeping an open mind, getting live information, and making decisions off that information.
Let's not forget that our first match of the day, Shark LFO, won their match not only after being 5-2 down, but also after losing 7-1 in the last playday. Could history repeat itself here, and Arrival 7 have a victory after getting 7-1 in the first playday. Daystar also looked good in their first playday. They've not looked quite so dominant here. Anything can happen here in the APL. Also, I will say... If I can say,
you say first.
I will say, and then you say. That's the deal. All right. So
okay,
if I can say, Arrival 7, being a predominantly Thai team, I think all the players are from Thailand. It's one of the regions, like the countries in APAC, where it's like for some reason there's just like so many good players from that region. It's It's kind of like even like just your average player from like Brazil globally is going to be like an above average player, and like within APAC, if they're from Thailand, even if they're kind of a mid-level team, the players are going to be pretty stacked. And Peeps is certainly putting money where his mouth is. A big opening kill against the smoke, no less, of Jogor.
That's the second round in a row where Smoke goes down as the first player, by the way. It was Pika last round on that basement bomb side. And Daystar in general, I feel like they're playing very loose. And, you know, you can be aggressive and be loose, but it's being very loose in general. Being in interesting positions, getting caught off guard, not having crossfires, over happily taking some bad gunfights against the Rival 7, maybe underestimating them a little bit here. You're gonna learn the hard way. Seal goes her swing.
Oh, what is this?
Around the corner,
what are you doing?
Again, do we need to do that? I'm not sure, James, but Galley says, you know what, thank you very much. I'll take the freebie again. 5v3, we know how passive a Rival 7 can be. They're gonna hit the reset button, they're gonna start droning, they're gonna be holding angles, and Daystar are forced into more overly aggressive swings of desperation, or are forced into a 3v5 execute.
Oh, it's ugly from Daystar. A bit of disrespect, and it's not looking good for them. They're looking silly going for these aggressive plays against the Rival 7. But like you said, now, can they really afford to fall back? No, they can't. They have to try and fight, but like you said, a trade certainly won't help them. One kill doesn't matter if you're dealing only as much as you receive. Peak has found his kill elsewhere. Maybe a 2v3 is winnable, especially with that cheeky positioning from Pika. And with Seal up, or Souffle rather, up above. A 1v1. Never mind. Galley is not only going to find the kill on the side, but immediately afterwards, look at this. Flick upstairs, spot the vert, take out the Warden. Doesn't matter about those smart glasses. A Rival 7 here to make a statement.
Okay, not the match I expected. My predictions are suffering so far today unless Daystar can turn this around. First it was Soul's Heart, now it's these guys. Operator bans? I'm not even sure what you want to ban because it hasn't... Maybe the Blackbeard here if you're Daystar, that's been a bit of a problem. But for a Rival 7, I mean, you're just getting freebie after freebie. What even is a problem? Don't give me Smoke, okay. Smoke's been dead like first every round pretty much, but you know, we'll take it in case he doesn't die. Tank timeout immediately called.
Well, I feel like I really cut you off about 3 minutes ago, and you were gonna say something. Did you happen to remember?
Yeah, what was I gonna say? No.
This is my usual strategy.
Which means
if I think someone's about to say something important, I usually just try and steal the microphone for a little bit, just to to put them back in their place.
It's like, I want to seem like the smart guy. Let me talk, and this guy forgets what he wants to say, and then I look like the smarter person.
I do this in social situations with friends as well, yeah.
There's a saying that if you don't recall what it was, then it wasn't important as it wasn't worth remembering. So I guess it wasn't a smart point.
Does that go with people I don't remember not being important as well?
Oh, I hope not, because my memory is awful with people and names and everything else. I feel so bad sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's also, like, obviously with fans at events, right? Sometimes you meet a guy who goes, do you remember me? I'm like, I just wish I could say yes and make your day, but it's like, I really don't, you know? Like, oh, it's okay, it was like 7 years ago, I was 12. I was like, how do you expect me to remember? You were 7 years ago and you're 12, you're like, what do you mean do I remember you? You don't even look the same, you've grown like half your height.
Absolutely. With fans at events, I feel like, for some reason, I do remember a lot of people. Like, I don't remember their names or anything, but I'll just like look at someone and be like, oh yeah, I've seen that person at an event before. Like, and we'll be doing a science session and meet someone or whatever, and I'll be like, oh, I've seen you at an event before, and they were like, really? I only went to Tokoname in 2019. I was like, oh my god. So yeah, it was 6 years ago. Okay, cool. Well, I somehow remember you from then. I think that Rainbow Six fans are like so eclectic and so cool. Like we have people just have unique looks, so it's easy to remember them.
I mean, a lot of people, they only really do Siege Online, and there's a toxic player basic setup like every game has. I have not had a singular negative experience in my 10 years almost. I'm not even kidding this. Like, generally, the people that go to LAN events, nicest people I've ever seen in esports. Super nice, super friendly. Vibes are always at an all-time high. And sometimes you're right. You recognize somebody, you go, hey, I think we've met before. And they go, oh my god, yeah, we have. Like, you remember? I remember too. And it's such a cool connection to make.
Yeah.
And also, a lot of fans, I find, they don't go to a single event. They go continuously, right? The same people that we see every couple of years or every couple of events.
Yeah.
Love that.
110%. Of course, the Munich Major is coming up in November. The top teams from Stage 2 will be participating there. And then, of course, it won't be long before we know which teams will be going to Paris for the 6th Invitational. So, tickets are on sale, definitely for Munich. I don't think they've sold out. Maybe they have.
No. I'm not sure actually, but yeah, for Munich they're live.
I don't know if they're on sale for Paris yet, but seriously, anyone
I
watching,
don't think so.
go and research that. Go and find your tickets. If not for Munich, then definitely keep an eye out for Paris, because Rainbow Six events are an absolute hoot.
Also, Paris is gonna be like the 10-year anniversary of the games. Like, you don't want to miss that one.
Nah, you can't.
I can't believe we're here, by the way. And I always thought, oh, 10 years would be really cool one day. And that was like yesterday, you know, but it's like 10 years later.
Yep. Nah, totally get what you're saying. Jogor, ooh, takes about 10 years for that C4 to land, but eventually it does. A little bit of damage onto Peeps. Amazingly, no one has died yet in the server.
Yeah.
Despite all of this calamitous chaos happening in the hallway. Jogor whips out the shotgun, is about to meet Blackbeard, who's taking a little bit of damage. Gets slowed down. Out comes a nade. That's going to force him back. Oh, but of course,
Yokai.
the Yokai will be taken down by that nade. That's a lot of damage from the shotgun to the toe. Roldini's got to be careful. Jogor will be taken down. Labyrinth coming up big with that DMR. Traded by Seal, who's also likely going to trade Roldini. Who's that Pokemon? Blackbeard goes down to the impact grenade. 3v3 is Daystar, even up the score.
What is going on right now? This hallway has been a blender for both teams to even numbers again. Buck downstairs finding seemingly no value so far. 45 to go. Daystar, you can see them. They're itching for another gunfight. Suki jiggling the corner by the breach. He's got Seal behind him for a crossfire. And Daystar, this is where you have to show discipline. Don't swing into the 1v1s. Establish the crossfire. Wait for the walk-in. And fight 2v1. That's how you're gonna win this round. No buckets downstairs. There's only 2 attackers in your path here.
Unfortunately for Pio, he's been spotted on that vertical game with no support. Azuki will take him down. Galley needs to move together now with Peeps, who's been pretty dangerous so far. I wouldn't be surprised. Good pre-fire from Galley. Seal goes down. He's got the read on the second, but Azuki lands his shot. Peeps looks for him, but Azuki doubles down. A 3K on the round, and Daystar looking firmly in the driver's seat.
Also a bit more discipline there and respect in the server after losing 2 rounds and calling their tactical timeout, because mind you, that is what happened. Operator bans occurred, then Daystar called a tactical timeout, and since then they have been more disciplined. And I think they're saying, guys, this is actually a real match. We need to really try our best right now and not underestimate our opponent. Again, we saw the Smoke and Dokkaebi ban. It's funny because Smoke was killed first in 2 of those rounds, so didn't really get to see it being played out, but it is the #1 plant deny operator, and it wastes a lot of time combined with something like the Ghost example. Aren't comfortable playing Tashanka just yet. Some try, like Shark and LeFou last game, they played it quite frequently. Most teams across the entire competitive tier 1 of Siege, we don't see Tashanka played all that often, so a Smoke ban can still do wonders.
And you cry every time you see Smoke die early and there's no Tachanka picked.
Yeah, it's like, did you really need to go there, Smoke? Like, did you have to go for that peak, you know, risk dying? Because it's risk assessment. You got like every gunfight is like, is it worth for me to go here at the risk of dying? Versus if I don't go there, what do we lose by me staying in a passive safe position? And if you're a Jaeger or a passive utility operator, you can usually take that risk and it's not all the end of the world. But if you're an active ability, like a Maestro, like a Smoke, that are so important for plant denial especially, that gets more value the less time on the clock, usually the answer is no, it's not worth it, tell someone else to go there.
I have a theory, Pengu, for why you like Tachanka so much, and why you throw so much shade to players that are too afraid to play it. And that's because back in your heyday, you were a bit of a Smoke main. I mean, I'd use a little bit of a more severe word if we weren't on live broadcast right now, but you would change that bad boy. You just love that Smoke. You had every single round you're using the SMG-11. That's you. Your job is to sit on the side.
Jailed.
You were jailed.
In jail. Yeah.
You were in Smoke jail. In Smoke jail, you are dreaming of the idea of playing Tachanka. I mean, if Tachanka was in his current state back in your heyday, man, things you would have done. The things you would have done for the privilege of playing Tachanka and getting rid of that SMG-11.
Back in that day, only Smoke had a primary shotgun because Mew didn't have SMG-11, right? Before Mirror came out, so you had to play Smoke every single round. He did for a long time. I ended up being jailed on Smoke because all my teammates back then would forget to make the right rotation holes on the bomb side. And I said, guys, how is it so hard? I can do them. And they go, okay, go do it. I was stuck my entire career on Smoke for that small mistake. I should have never spoken up.
Other people being bad at something chains you to a really challenging operator.
And every team needs a smoke main, so if you want to keep your job back then, being a smoke main would get you a job, literally.
Yeah, I mean, even if you couldn't get kills, if you had that smoke license, if you could make the rotates, you'd get your spot on the team. Peeps has gone down. I feel like he's been pretty deadly at the start of this. He had a good showing in stage 1. I kind of called him out before the game started. Disappointing to see that he's actually not even going too positive. Azuki, unaccounted for, is going to take down Labyrinth, and things aren't looking too hot now for the attacking side. You might still have that Monty, you might still have, you know, your Thermite and your Ram, but it's a 3 versus 5. Verticality is not looking to make a lot of progress here. There's still roamers at large. Galley might find one. Perhaps that's the first step, but like I said, roamers are still at large.
Basement's the bomb site. Like, we're so far away from the real action, which is beneath. Now, Scopus can stay on the roam forever because he needs to teleport back towards the side, presumably. Asuki's also there. So 2-2 people on the roam, 2-2 on the bomb side. But if the side needs assistance, Scopus can teleport back and Asuki stays on the roam. So they're playing both angles right now on the verticality and the side. Asuki waiting for a flank. Impact goes out, freebie on him. We've seen this happen so many times early in the matchup that we just witnessed. Fortify on the door. They are kind of locked out of this one.
Yeah, it's not a great position to be in if you're Galley and Roldini, especially as Galley loses his fight through the smoke. Roldini being harassed now. The Scopus comes out. The impact, the knife, and of course the shots from Souffle to end it. Building a bit of momentum now are Daystar. Arrival 7 looked a little bit solid at the start, but Daystar have now taken the lead with 1 round left in the tank for the half.
Question for you, James. How do you feel about a counter to fire operators? You know, like, go your last 20 seconds, right? And we just saw a smoke being tossed literally on the fire. And the fact that it doesn't do anything kind of bothers me at this point.
Well, yeah,
you know
I feel, obviously people think of another famous and very popular tactical shooter where throwing a smoke onto a bit of fire would, create that very satisfying sound and remove the fire. I think that would be a sick mechanic. I
just
feel
some
like
counter, right? Because when Tubrau first came out, people are thinking, oh, he can stop the fire, right? Like Capital, for example.
Totally.
He can't. But having some sort of interaction with like an ice and fire or smoke and fire, whatever it is, I just like the idea of having some counter to fire because there's none.
Yeah, totally.
If you have good canisters stacked in a position, you just have to wait literal 20 seconds every single time.
Well, of course, it could be smokes, similar to a certain other game, or it could be the Tubarão, or just the freeze effect. Because, when Tubarão came out, I remember the devs talking a lot about how it wasn't just, okay, here's a new operator, this is the gadget, this is what it does, but, like, we've got different states, different effects in the game. We have electricity. They unified how electricity works among every operator that has electricity. They've kind of done a similar thing with fire, right? Tachanka and Capitao, it's just fire. Once upon a time, Capitao didn't actually shoot fire. It shot asphyxiating bolts, which had, like, a 3D space. It didn't land on anything. And of course, Tachanka had a completely different gadget. They're trying to create these different effects. So fire, why not freezing? And it made me wonder, are we going to get another freezing operator at some point? And
if not that, wind turbine operator. You just have a massive wind turbine. And you just with the fire just goes away.
Dude, I'm just imagining an area on a map, like a hallway, and there's a wind turbine, and you can't you can't sprint, you can't walk because the wind turbine is pushing you back, and you have to sprint, but then you only move really slowly through it or something. It's permanent barbed wire.
I'm thinking attach that to a shield operator, right? Like a new matching Monty. But you can just enable Clash, a wind turbine, and defenders in that case will get pushed backwards, and so with the fire.
I don't know about getting pushed backwards, but the fire gets pushed backwards. The fire, so it's kind of almost like an air jab. I love the idea of having some wind turbine operator that's shooting C4s back at defenders.
Right.
Any gadget that gets thrown out just gets blown away, literally. Oh, that sounds incredible. Bit of food for thought, Pengu. We've had a little bit of a rehost going on. When we get back into the server, we'll be kicking it off with Arrival 7 versus Daystar. Of course, we're going to a quick break. We'll be back in a minute. The scoreline is 3-2 in favor of Daystar. how's your intern doing with the first?
He looks like he's doing good with the level 1.
Do you reckon he's ready for level 2?
Absolutely.
Okay. Hey, what's going on, everybody? For APL Stage 2, I'm Dev Marta, and today we're playing Shot Ones, the show where we eat hot wings and ask hotter questions. I'm joined by Turdster all the way from New Zealand, or Japan, or Bandung. You play in the Asia League for Weibo Gaming. Thank you so much for joining me today, Turdster. How are you at eating hot spicy wings?
I don't actually feel like eating hot spicy wings today, but I do have an intern for that. Oi, get over here. It's my intern.
Well, I hope he's good at eating hot spicy wings. Okay, so we've got 3 different levels of hot spicy wings that your intern will be enjoying today. Let's start with the most mild one. Please, intern. So, Turdster, you just got back from EWC where your team performed better than any other APL team. You beat DZ.
Wow, that's spicy.
You lost to the eventual champions of Team Secret. Why do you perform so much better than the rest of APL?
I think a big part is that all 5 players are just better than the other 120 players. Probably a pretty big part of it. Other big parts, our coaching staff, our org support, and our fans.
Don't touch your face. And how's your intern doing with the first?
20 players, probably a pretty big part of it. Other big parts, our coaching staff, our org support, and our fans.
Don't touch your face. Don't
touch your eyes, to be honest. That's level 1. That's awesome. I think a lot of it's that we have a lot of experience and we trust each other and just good vibes, to be honest. Those are the 3 main things that we have better than the other APAC teams that went.
How was the trip? You enjoyed it?
Amazing. I love the EWC. Honestly, feels like, as a player, feels like you're royalty in the country, to be honest. So good.
You've been to a couple of different events yet. Was it one of your favorites?
I'd say it's the event I'd want to go to every year. It's probably my favorite event.
And how's your intern doing with the first?
He looks like he's doing good with the level 1.
Do you reckon he's ready for level 2?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's dig into the second hot wing now. What happened to Turdster's intern? I think we may never know, Pengu.
I was gonna say, I was literally dying during that content piece.
I don't think he survived the night.
No, the funny thing is, I would be the intern if I was in that video. I am so bad with spicy food, so I feel his pain through the monitor. It's awful.
So the first one of those pieces that we recorded was with Mingoran, who is Korean, right? And Koreans infamously are really good with spice. And you can't really see it in the video, but I'm eating the wings too, by the way. And like, I went pretty big. I had like a good amount of the spice when I was interviewing Mingo, and he's like, it just tastes like crap. Like, he doesn't really think much of it, but I'm there dying trying to ask the questions. They cut that out to make me look better, but little just insight into, you know, behind the curtain, I was in fact dying as well. Those are pretty bloody hot.
I think that's great. I think it's good that when you put someone else through, you know, suffer and misery, that you join them in the journey as well. That's some A+ service right there. Good job, teams. Great job.
I think we're thinking of doing that with the casters from now on. Every time you cast like a 1v5, you have to play the 1v5 as well.
You have to feel what it's like to be
exactly.
It's funny how some of the things that are happening between these 2 teams happened in the last matchup. Souffle is hiding the exact same corner as like half an hour ago in a different matchup. And last time it worked, they got a kill. They misdroned him. There was a mood jammer. This time there are mood jammers. Will they misdrone him? So far, yes.
Yeah, good question. Of course, the Blitz as well would be a huge target to take down. Oh my god!
Days.
Speak of the devil, and he may appear. Azuki from way downtown with the pre-placed Nitro cell deletes 2 players from Arrival 7, and that may well be the round. Labyrinth can find revenge, but it's a small prize for what has been a devastating start by Azuki. The blitz going down, the impact of that cannot be understated. We do have another shield with that Monty still alive from Roldini.
It missed him.
It did miss him, but Souffle just failed to get the shot. If it was any other operator, that would have been a free kill. But the Monty is still alive and kicking.
Been an awkward round so far. Getting slowed by the 2-barrel canister downstairs. Joker goes down. That means maybe Souffle has to fall back as well. I mean, tough choice to make. C4 ripped below. They're gonna fight it out, James.
Oh, yeah. Fight for every inch. Labyrinth is low HP. One shot to the elbow and he'll be down. Credit to Seal for continuing to fight for it. Credit to Souffle as well. Amongst the thick of it, he's got his teammate to support him. Long-term teammates, Pika and Souffle. Seal as well. Heavy hold from Daystar, really contesting this position on our 6 room for as long as they can, as Labyrinth is coming in to support. He's got flashbangs here on the sledge, ready to round the corner, but Pika's watching his angle. Yeah, a phenomenal work on the cross. Roldini comes out with the pistol, finds one. But of course, it's just him, as Gallet has fallen. Both of these players are low HP. This is winnable for Roldini with the pistol. Seal should be dead in 1 bullet. And Pika, maybe 2. No time to go get that diffuser. He's going to drop and go for kills. Drop straight into the crossfire, but with the shield is able to isolate these 1v1s. Needs to take these fights though amongst the smoke. These players separating. Seal goes down. It's a 1v1 now for Pika, but there's no diffuser on Roldini. He has no choice but to go for the kill. He sees Pika. It's a pistol 1v1, but Pika wins it regardless. Far too close for comfort. Pika baited. He thought that the plant was going down, so he pushed with the pistol. Luckily for him, he got the kill.
Way too close for comfort. Oh my days. We knew Monty dropped it out diffuser case, but of course defenders most likely did not, as there was no cameras up above. I really like how Daystar recognized, guys, we don't have to actually play by the bomb site because we got above control. Let's just take the people by the side, walk upstairs, and fight that 4v4 and that 3v4 rather, and just fight it out. And then they recognize, hey, now we got the numbers advantage. Now we can fall down the hatches, walk down the staircase, and just give them top floor again in that 2 versus 1. Beautiful decision making, and I gotta say, Daystar, ever since losing those 2 rounds in round number 2 and round number 3 and calling a tactical timeout, it has been a completely different look for this roster, and they are finally looking like they are in peak form in this game at least.
Yeah, no, it's a shame. I feel like it's a similar story to our first game of the day, Pengu, where one team looks pretty good at the start, the other one comes back. What happened after that? Oh, yeah, the team that started off strong ended up coming back and winning the game. So, yeah, we'll see what happens here for Arrival 7. If they are able to come back, the defense is the place to do it.
Just looking up at the bench here, the Grim, the Buck, I like this a lot from Arrival 7. The Buck, of course, going downstairs, that can be a problem. The Grim Bees are just always problematic, especially if you're in a mute ban, for example. Daystar, crazy enough, we're going 2 for 2 in smoke bans. Hide and smoke being banned away, which means if you want plant denial, we're talking to Shanget, which again, most teams don't really tend to play all that often. Goyo, also great option, not brought out in this round either. But what there is being brought for the first time today is going to be some tricking off the walls. Bandit plus Trubrow being brought out from Arrival 7, and there is no Maverick in response from Daystar. So once and if they realize the situation here on the defensive side, you need to probably go below with the Deimos to try and do some vertical play against the Bandit to then try and breach open those walls. It's that, or you take the glass and the Capital, smoke a bunch of things and go crazy for kills, but it's highly risky. I like the Deimos downstairs approach much more myself, and we see Pika do that exact thing, has a pre-plays downstairs. He needs help, either in a person holding his angle with a gun, or a person watching his flank joints for him the entirety of the round until they can get that wall opened up above. Step 1, help Deimos, help the Hot Breacher.
Well, apparently step 1 is also get the glass in the building. Make a lot of noise and start to push players back. As Jogo on this glass, he is being swung here by Peeps on that Tubarao. He's tempted to go and throw out a Zoto. He's not going to do it as of yet. Just waiting.
I mean, he could be exposed here.
Oh, it's a Nitro. Sorry, I thought that was a Zoto, but he's got a Nitro in hand, actually. He's just waiting for the players to move on too far forward. Pio's gone down. That's your ward, and that is your counter to this glass. It's not a good look here for Arrival 7. The C4 finds nothing. Nothing is going their way so far, Nick.
Great discipline from Joe Gore. Baiting out the C4. They know Warden is dead. They can keep aggressing. Use the smoke. Peek on in. Go for freebies. They're hiding beneath the desk.
This is why we need the Deimos to come into action from down below, Pengu. We need that aggression, the vertical pressure to try and get these players to move around. But Pika, instead, he's gone up the stairs. He's looking to play the horizontal game. I think this is the wrong call from Daystar. This is where it could go wrong for them. They can't dry peek this. Okay, he has finally rotated down below.
They know he's in the corner, but there's no grenades, and again, I don't think they can red ping him either, so Selma goes out. Either you trick the one down of Deimos, or you stay in the corner, but now you're stuck. It's a matter of time. They know Bandit is there. Go for a swing.
Oh.
Galley doesn't find it. Fire in the corner.
Here comes the fire. He's going to die. He's going to burn. He somehow has survived. But the wall will be breached regardless. Is he going to take a body with him as he exits? He will. A direct trade as Seal goes down. But does find the kill. Azuki will fake the plant, but still get injured. Is the revive going to come on through? Roldini gets aggressive. Labyrinth has to support him, has to find the kill now, but Joe Gore there with the bearing 9 finishes off the last 2 players. Daystar still ahead. It's a 5-2 advantage as they rip through their attacking side.
Great round from Joe Gore. I mean, you're playing the glass, you're entering ops room, you bait out the C4, you push the hallway, you clear the bulletproof camera, you find the bandit in the corner, you get the communication, the yellow ping going, you set up that play, and you also cover everything there at the end. The only thing that didn't go the way of Daystar was that singular C4 that injured the ace as he was going for a fake plant. Everything else worked out in their favor, and while the Deimos below could have been a bit more efficient or quicker to do the verticality, they had the right idea, they had the correct approach. They were fast, they were precise, and they were good in that round. Rival 7, to no big surprise, down 2-5 in round score, is going to call a tactical timeout trying to figure out, guys, what are we doing the attacking side? Because this is, for most teams, the much harder side to play on.
I mean, what can you do on your timeout? Obviously, there's time to say, alright, we're going to pick this bomb site, we're going to play it in this way. But is there any overarching theme to try and make Daystar a little bit less comfortable? I'm not sure there is. Daystar, they're actually looking really solid. Honestly, I mean, in this form, I think Daystar looking better than we saw from Soul's Heart on the first map. I mean, potentially better than we saw from both of those teams. Even Shark LFO had some cracks. Daystar is looking pretty solid with that first attack.
Defense can be easy, can be hard, depends on how you feel about it, and again, how good your enemy is at attacking and problem solving. And Daystar got so many good operators open, right? They got the Monty, they got Deimos, they got Ying if they wanted to. I feel like for Rival 7, the goal right now in a perfect world, survive for as long as possible to get that 3rd operator ban, make life a little bit easier. But that means you kind of gotta win right now to get that 3-5 situation, you know? Then you gotta go one more round, then ban the operators and see what happens next. It's just not gonna be easy. That's what happens when you're playing from behind. Backs against the wall. Bring out the bandit again, but this time no two-brow, no real follow-up, so it feels like... I don't know. This might just fall kind of flat. I mean, what are you gonna bandit trick? Up against Deimos and Monty, they can problem solve most things vertically, horizontally. No traps to stop the entries either, really.
Strange picks. Very strange picks.
I'm not a fan. It feels very, very thin on what they can do.
Maybe the Kaid band's throwing them for a mile or something here, and they're forcing the bandit, which is typically not more of a normal pick. Maybe they just really want to double down bandit and mute. Okay, peeps. Okay. Aggressive peek. I mean, that will certainly help. Deimos goes down. That'll slow down the attack. Peek has been pretty hot. Good player to take out early.
I mean, acts of desperation can be the saving grace for Rival 7. But now that they got to 5v4, now they need to not be desperate any longer, right? Now you gotta play safe, play a little bit more structured together. Keeps hiding in a corner. If he gets found out and dies for free, then all of a sudden back to a 4v4. Instead, Roldini just kind of dies out of nowhere, not watching the bomb side door from the exterior. So that really good play earlier on, instantly punished. Back to even numbers. Bandit roaming upstairs. As is Labyrinth, so the side, very vulnerable, very weak.
Seal's in a bit of an awkward spot though, and then the Gridlock is actually providing value here. Labyrinth really needs to find this kill. But look at how passively Seal is playing.
Yeah, he knows.
Oh!
Oh!
Big opportunity. If you can kill the Monty here, it could change the tide of the game, could change the tide of the round. Joe Gore goes down, but Labyrinth is traded on back, and it really doesn't matter because the attack just has such a significant advantage. You can lose that Monty on site, doesn't matter. Everyone else will collapse, and Daystar are flying ahead. It's match point, 4 match points available to them now to finally put down Arrival 7.
So what I'm seeing right now from Arrival 7 is something that's quite surprising, but I think there's a good reason for it. When you're on the attacking side, there's a very clear plan on what you're going to be doing, right? You're gonna spawn this area, go clear this room, drone this, and someone's gonna say, guys, breach this wall, kill this player, whatever. You have like a step as a team. When you're playing defense, you need to be reactionary, right? You need to figure out what your opponent is doing, then make the right move on your side to counter and deal with that step. Arrival 7 can follow a plan that's structured on the attacking side, no problem. They showed us that's how they got 2 rounds. When they have to react correctly in a given round, though, and counter their opponent, that's when things are kind of falling apart. I mean, you make a play from Peeps peeking out the window, gets the kill to Deimos. This is a massive thing if you're defending in that round. I mean, it's not round winning, but it's definitely round defining in my mind. And then afterwards, you just let the attackers walk in through a door with numbers advantage. I feel like the second you get the kill, now you play nice and tight, lock down the red angles, watch the walk-ins, and let Daystar get to a point, and then you can counter them. So it feels like to me that they don't just have the clear communication between each other to make the right corrections. It's a defense issue.
So what to do about it for Arrival 7? There's no second chances now. 4 match points stacked against them. And the confidence here that Daystar have also allows them to be extra patient. When Arrival 7, we saw them getting a little bit antsy last round, overextending on the roam. Feeling like, oh, if we just let it be a 5v5, we're going to lose, so we have to peek here.
Yeah.
And they'll suffer if they continue that attitude. Ooh. Oh, nasty shot from Peeps. If he finds another one, maybe the round could be saved, but 1 kill is still good. Joe Gore going down. I mean, that's not the round by any means. It's a nice shot. It's a very risky play to make.
But now they got the right spot, right? What they gotta do now? Protect the bandit, right? 2-bro bandit can lock down the walls on side. How do you help the bandit? Have a player downstairs below to counter the Deimos entering from beneath. If Peeps keeps peeking and dying, then we're again back to a 4-on-4. C4 goes out, they hear it, they fall on back. Nothing happens from that C4 instead. Peeps keeps peeking. Again, he dies. He gets the good kill. Great job. Now he dies for nothing. Now 2-bro is dead, which means bandit is less of a support position. Ying is in the bathroom instead, shotgun in hand, like we said earlier, James. Shotgun and the Reaper combined can help clear out that top staircase position.
Here comes the nade. What kind of a play could we see come out here? Ooh. Here comes the shotty from Souffle. We talked a little bit about it during the first map today. Ying shotgun on Lair has really found its mark. Here comes the shotty. A lot of damage on the Labyrinth. Just a little bit more and he'll go down. But here comes Peel with the shotty of his own. Arrival 7 look to strike back. They have the advantage. Will they overswing? Will they lose their nerve?
Hello?
Pika sends it and falls, as does the rest of Daystar. And Arrival 7 steal another round, keeping their head out of the water.
It feels like if they just go for kills, things work out, but it's just a risky playstyle, right? Again, I want to say this. Peeps does a great job getting that first kill, throws his life away seemingly for nothing afterwards, and strategically, this round was not won by Arrival 7. If anything, I'll say strategically the round was kind of lost for them, because attackers could just clear the bandits, reach the wall, and go for a default execute. Now, Daystar had a different plan in mind because that Ying inside a bathroom, they thought they had a gap, and they tried to work it. And unironically, Ying didn't use her Candelas, didn't really get much going with the gadget, they didn't correctly time the push up the staircase with the Ying in the bathroom, so the round doesn't really work their way. But again, Arrival 7 strategically lost, but mechanically won. And that's good for a round here and there. But whenever we talk about really good teams, we talk about fundamentals. Arrival 7 has to strategically show up always if possible, and then mechanically be gods sometimes. Because that's the consistent way of playing the game. That's how you're gonna win more games than lose in most cases. So I still have yet to see it from Arrival 7 yet. I'm looking for it, I want to see it. Not so far on there.
I mean, a round of heroics, like you say, does not win games. a little moment.
Just wins rounds.
Yeah. Even then, it just wins fights. Like, you can have someone swing with a DMR and get an early pick or whatever. It's still not going to necessarily win the round when you're throwing elsewhere. That was good and all, that one round we saw from Arrival 7, but I'm not at all convinced as of yet. Not convinced that they'll win this game, and not convinced that they will find much more success than we saw from them in Stage 1, where they ended up in 7th place and failed to make playoffs. Of course, Pengu, something we haven't talked about today, there's so much to fight for in Stage 2, so much more to fight for than there was in Stage 1, of course, because it was just one team that went to EWC, was invited to EWC at the end of the league. This time around, we get the regular stage, into playoffs, into a LAN major qualifier, into, of course, the major itself. So there's so much more to battle for.
Into SI points, into SI. You know, the whole thing is chained together.
Yeah.
Because if you're not going to make the Munich Major, and you didn't really do really well in Stage 1, you're not making the SI whatsoever. You need to do good results now, more than ever, it didn't earlier. Only so many points in the season.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll see. Who can get it, who can get there, who can go the distance.
Yeah, I mean,
see Peeps doing the same thing? He loves this window, by the way. He loves it.
He just likes windows in general. This guy seems to be magnetized to them, always looking for a chance to take a fight. And since the host, he's gone 2-4, which is not incredible. It's been a slow round. I like the way the Daystar are really changing the pace of this, right? They've decided to fully slow on down. Let's play Dokkaebi. Let's not rush with Dokkaebi. Let's play it and then just slowly inch our way forward. Make sure we punish bad positioning. Here it comes from Souffle, but speaking of bad positioning, that is a crossfire. Labyrinth finds 2 before he's traded on back. Seal now has to go big. Diffuser is down elsewhere as well. This is not a good start from Daystar. Could they fumble another round here?
In their defense, I think they chose to top Diffuser here before they walked on in too deep, so I think it's their choice, thankfully. Defenders don't know about it, they still feel the pressure by the bomb site, but it's downstairs, so it's not quite here. Another gunfight happens, Here wins.
Oh, yeah, just Suzuki left. 1 kill with the M4 isn't going to mean much when there's 3 more to go. New joined onto the roster after being a substitute. After struggling to perform in the few matches that he played in Stage 1, what can he achieve now? Goes out, gets that diffuser. 1v3, bomb site down below. And he's got the shotgun as well to open up this hatch. Vulnerable to drop down through it though. 30 seconds.
I mean, it's a bit of a dire situation. There's 3 defenders, every angle is watched by at least 1, maybe 2. You have to go fishing for at least 1 kill here on the vert and the hatch, or somehow pray you can just drop down below and into the bomb site. But now there's about 10 seconds left, and Azuki has no choice left but to drop.
Yeah, this player is just waiting for him. That nade is not going to do much. Down he goes. Hello, Roldini. Goodbye to Azuki. And continuing is the game. Arrival 7, not done yet. Still a long way to go. I mean, just 2 rounds staved off, 2 more, and we have overtime. Seems unlikely, but there's only one way to get there, and that's gradually for Arrival 7. A strange round from Daystar, and it really started with a pretty failed attempt at a pinch on that player. And then just walking into crossfires. I don't know what happened there for Daystar. How it fell apart.
It feels a little bit like Daystar playing into Rival 7's silly shenanigans, right? Because Rival 7, again, strategically, they're not really doing much in that round. I will give them this. They had the crossfire, they played together, but they're 5-man roaming, giving up the entire bomb site, by the way, and Daystar has no clue. I feel like Daystar has to be on taking control of what they want to do in a round, and then go for that. If we look at 2 rounds ago, when they attacked the top floor, Daystar said, this is the plan, what we're gonna do, and we're gonna do exactly just that. Arrival 7, they won the gunfights. That's a different story. Well, in the previous round of the basement attack, it was Arrival 7 roaming everybody off the bomb site, and they start saying, I guess we can just challenge them and just be the better mechanical players. But they couldn't, because they're playing shotguns or against shotguns in close quarter combat. The Mute got a 2-piece that round. It's a bit tough, and now Munty's been banned, so you can now keep up the shenanigans of playing aggressively in their face. I mean, it's just good for Arrival 7. And with enough gusta, I should say, or whatever. This might just work.
Gusto. It's a bit of an Aussie word. It's a bit of an Aussie word, I think. I love it.
Did I use it correctly, though?
Yeah, you did. I mean, gusto just means
good.
like energy and, you know, enthusiasm. So
Okay. I wasn't exactly sure.
I like to do a little bit of a gusto check on myself sometimes, just to make sure that we've got, you know, the energy, the vibes. I mean, these teams certainly need it, especially if they're going to play aggressively. Like you said, if Arrival 7 want to get up in the faces of Daystar on these defenses, that's the way to do it. But that said, I think, you know, you look at the lineup from Daystar, you look at the Ying Shoddy making a reappearance, and I have a sneaky suspicion that we might be seeing something a little bit pacey from them as well.
Well, there we go. I was going to say, the wall already made the sound that it was soft, but it wasn't soft. But there we go. Ying Shotgun, great value here, right? Who needs a buck? It's banned. How do we fix this? Ying Shotgun. I love that. And that's step one.
Think laterally, right? Ying Shotgun is not just for taking fights. No,
shotguns are a universally strong piece of utility and great for killing players as well in game.
Well, it's the push upstairs. We see the Reaper as well.
The shotgun.
Yeah, new weapon. Shotgun comes into fruition and finds a kill. Jogor falling though, does rip one of the teeth from the Daystar weapon as they just try to make their way forward. Speaking of shotguns, here's Labyrinth. Oh, hello. Spots a player for a brief moment. He's going to get flashed. He needs to hide. He needs to survive. Here comes the Shoddy from Seal as well. It's a Shoddy v Shoddy engagement. Oh, Seal wins it. Meanwhile, Su plays forward. Here comes the Reaper. And Azuki from behind rips out Pio. 3v2 for Daystar. Could this be where they seal the deal? It's another one from the Ying. The Reaper to finish off the kill. Gallet needs to dance a ballet in the 1v3. He needs to get everything right, and he's been spotted. Shots peppered his direction. This isn't the bomb site, keep in mind, but he knows he needs to retake. Azuki says, not today, good sir. Daystar are on fire. It took him a couple of rounds to lock in match point, but the game is theirs for the taking.
Speak of the shotgun, and it shall appear. Seal with great value in that round. Good patience, and Daystar showing depth to their gameplay. The fast, the slow, the split take, pressure from everywhere, but also playing closely together. Rival 7, with that being said, played better than I expected, and there is maybe some hope for them later in the stage.
Well, it's a big win for Daystar, but of course the day is not done here in Asia League. Next up, the reigning champions Weibo Gaming take on Latent Dragon Esports. Stick around for more Siege.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
You
OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. 1, 2, 3 a day. I'm on my way, on my way. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW, on my way, on my way. They wanna judge me, I'll testify. Catch me on Insta, I'm verified. They want me quiet, I amplify. I'm on my way to the best thing that you've ever seen. You know that you bow to the queen. You lose all your senses and reason. I'll give you something to believe in. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW, on my way, on my way. On my way, on my way. Yeah, OMW, nothing left to prove. So enjoy the view, taking a picture like Malibu. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW.
more like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame it. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over
Welcome on back again to the Asia League. Pengu, halfway through the day for us, but it's actually been a very long day for everyone watching at home, and of course our legendary production team running the APL. It's been an insane day. We started with OS, APAC North, 2 games left. How are you feeling about seeing Weibo playing after we saw them at EWC and of course dominating Stage 1?
So 2 things. For starters, if we don't see a layer for this upcoming game, which I don't know if we are, I'll be very happy because it's been back-to-back layers for us. Secondly, this could be a speedrun. I mean, Weibo in general has been owning this region for quite some time. They can 7-1 teams, they can 7-2 teams. If they want to go full tryhard, this could be over very swiftly.
Yeah, it's the #1 team from Stage 1 in Weibo Gaming going up against the bottom team from Stage 1 in Latent Dragon. Last time around, it was a pretty dominant 7-3. But this is Weibo and Pengu. We got to see a lot of these guys over at EWC. Of all of the APAC teams, they went the furthest and were only eliminated by the eventual champions of the entire event, Team Secret.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they had an incredible journey. They did. And they had some good upsets. I really like what we're seeing from them. I feel like Weibo Gaming, back also when they were Bleed, they would go to international tournaments and kind of fall short often. And at EWC, we saw, like, I want to say more or less their full potential. And it wasn't like they got stumped by Secret. They lost 4-7, 4-7. So even against the best time at EWC, they still put up a decent fight.
Yeah, I mean, of course, their first game, they even took Shopify Rebellion to the distance. You know, that was a 5-7 loss in a BO1, which is pretty valiant. They ended up beating the European Gen G pretty handily, 2-0. And then, to everyone's surprise, it was a 2-0 over Dark Zero, which had a lot of hype, that American team coming into the stage. Weibo knocking them out was big news, and of course, eventually only falling to the eventual champions, Team Secret, in those quarterfinals. A big height for Weibo, and the furthest they've ever been, top 8 at an international event. They've done it before. They may well do it again. Could Munich be the next thing in their sights? I dare say it might. What can we say about this roster, how they're looking at the moment? Well, we'll talk more about it once the game gets underway. Of course, their opponents, Latent Dragon Esport. Now, these guys ended up Stage 1 at the very bottom of the standings. It was a rough one for them. And unfortunately, you know, it might not look too much better for the rest of it. In their first playday, however, they did take 5 rounds away from Fury. So perhaps signs, good signs.
Yeah, it begs a question for me, right? Did Fury have a poor performance, or did Latent Dragon Esports have a good performance? And that's why I'm curious to see what kind of performance they will be having for the rest of the stage. The issue is, up against Weibo Gaming, you gotta have the best performance possible, just every single round, fighting for your deal life. They gotta give us all they have today. But going 5-7 against Fury is not a bad start to the season whatsoever. They should be quite happy with that result. And that was in Clubhouse, a map about fundamentals and strategy. So that's also a good sign.
We've had a few new additions or changes on the Latent Dragon roster. The one I'm looking out for is... Oh, please, come on, Banlair. Yes, the Banlair!
Clubhouse?
Legendary.
No.
I mean, Nighthaven's still pretty good, mate. Don't get too upset.
No, I'll take it, but I was gonna say... Not even Lab's like top 3, but Clubhouse is #1. So like, is it a competition? Not really.
All right, you're a classic man. Just wait until Oregon comes back into the pool one day. Last little note there for Latent Dragon. Thing I'm going to be looking out for of the new players, Pengu, is Cotley. He was a substitute in Stage 1. He's actually the second best bloody player in the league. He only played 1 map in Stage 1, but dude absolutely farmed despite the team losing. He's now on the core lineup. We'll hopefully see a little bit more out of him here in the full roster, but by all accounts, this could well be an absolute domination in favor of Weibo.
Let's see though. Let's see. Fun fact there, it was actually Weibo themselves banning Clubhouse and taking us to Nighthaven Lab. So Latent were very happy to go back to it despite losing yesterday, last playday. I think change is good though. I think if you can hide your map pool for as long as possible, of course you'll end up having better and better results later in the stage hiding those strats. Weibo said, no, we're going to expose them and take you to something else. Kite banned once more. Seems like still an everyday occurrence, every map occurrence. Ace being traded in response. Will it be a bandit double down? Will it be something else? Asami is quite good here in Nighthaven Labs as well. as is the Bandito, as mentioned,
right.
and then Capital follows through.
Yeah, double electronics. In terms of the attacking bans, though, Pengu, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of sticking through. So we've obviously got the Daemon still alive. We've got the Buck still alive. Both of those so good on the particularly attacking that command center bomb site, which we tend to see at the start of the game, and we will see here. Also, no shield bans, quite notably.
Yeah. It's all. I mean, the shield ban thing is still so interesting to me because you ban the shields, you leave all the other power-ups open, right? The Grim, the Ying, the Capital, the Harpies, whatever. And if you don't ban, you know, if you ban the powerful operator or power util operators, then the shields are open. It just feels like you can't win. It's a matter of what would you rather deal with. In this case, what I will say I'm excited about is the Naris being played again, second time today.
Yes.
Hey!
Hell yeah, I love
Only
that.
seen a single round earlier, sadly.
Yeah, don't worry, we're going to be on Denari Watch today, see what's cooking. Yeah, like I said earlier, I actually haven't played the op yet, so I'm really keen to see. Looks like one simple laser connected across the main breach of IT, and one kind of similarly in this position in connector.
Yeah.
I feel like that one's going to get shot, so I don't quite as much know the purpose of that one.
It is often how you see the lasers being used, at least for like the entry level for the Denari use, because like it shoots the drones, anybody walking in, and auto activates after 8 seconds. It's just like, it's easy, it's low effort, and it's pretty decent in value, because it works like as a warning sign for your teammates. We'll see some crazier stuff, I'm sure, as the months and weeks go by. Twitch drone, I mean, this is the perfect Denari counter, by the way. Perfect.
Love that. Wow. I mean,
And
it's perfect. Perfect everything counter, seemingly. I mean, you can not only clear bulletproof cameras, Goyas, Denaris, so much work can be done, not to mention you're getting extra information. Reaps will be able to do a lot with that. Reaps, the player to watch, of course, best player in Asia, and it's not particularly close. Best player in Stage 1 as a standout, and he has been for such a long time. Keep your eye on him.
Yeah. Oh, that's so scary. Just swings the keypad. Doesn't care too much, no fear on his side, and Speakeasy working the pathway up the staircase to Garage Warehouse. This is just Weibo doing step 1, 2, 3, and I mean they're burning util. Keypads are going out, Toxic Apes are going out in response. So Latent Dragon, they're kind of stalling out the inevitable, right? Once they run out of gas and fire to stall out Weibo, they will commence their attack. Just a matter of when. Now, big thing to note for Weibo, they got IT Breach. That's what we saw Reaps do situation earlier. What you need here is pressure in 2 of the 3 areas. So you either need Aqua and Catwalk Rafters, or you gotta go meeting over with the Garrett as well. Turret finds a kill downstairs, watching the hatch drop.
Oh.
Hears and kills the second. I mean, this is Turret just farming.
Yeah, I mean, he seemed to not worry too much about the spice in the interview he did earlier, and now he's getting spicy in the server. Big couple of kills from Gundam, but not going to be enough, seemingly. 2 players left alive. It's Momo and KZB. I don't think they'll be able to survive here. Weibo can reform around Speakeasy on that Montaigne. This is a gnarly angle as well from Reaps. DMR is the perfect weapon against those keeper barriers, but Momo's taking out Speakeasy. How does the Monty die? I'd love to know. Turster, big round from him, looking for his 4th. It's a big 4K from the Kiwi. And a great kickstart for Weibo.
This is when Weibo are at their strongest, when you can play a 4+1 strat. I remember seeing them last stage, casting them. They would always do some border. There are 4 people doing something together, and then Tursta playing Sledge, walking down the hallway, and just getting kill after kill. In this particular round, he's playing Sledge downstairs, 2 nades in pocket, gone unused for the majority of that round, but he gets enough kills to make up the difference in terms of value. Not sure how Speakeasy died on the Monty there in the 3 vs 2, but it doesn't matter because guess what? Turret was there right behind him. Goes for a trade, gets the 4th and final kill as well. Latent Dragon, as I was saying, they're stalling the inevitable. Because in that 3v2, no more Toxic Babes, no more fire, no keeper barriers. So now you're playing numbers disadvantage, up against a Monty and a really fired up turret stack. You're just not gonna win that. Latent Dragon, they have 2 things they can do here in a perfect world. 1, they can disrupt Weibo's plan. You know, get the opening kill Tursta downstairs, somehow kill the Monty. Basically just destroy whatever Weibo wants to achieve in the round as early as possible. The second option is they kind of give Weibo what they want, which is like get into a plant position, and then have a counterplay. You know, a C4 downstairs, an Echo, Toxic Babes, etc. But on night heavy laps up against a very competent team such as Weibo, letting them execute is a very dangerous thing. So it feels like to me, Leighton Dragon, their only real option here is trying to disrupt them from executing. Like in this round, they have Glass, Monty, Dokkaebi. If you let them 5v5 you on the bomb side, you are going to lose. So we gotta see some aggression here from the Dragons.
That's right. But how do you get aggressive against a team that is stacking up outside of Breach with a million little bits of util and ways that they can brute force and attack? Meanwhile, Leighton Dragon is spread out across the map, expecting a thorough take of the map, which they really will not find. Curious to see Reaps actually just baiting and taking some shots at the mirror. Perhaps he was targeting a mirror window behind that I didn't see.
I'm not sure what he was aiming at, I'm not gonna lie to you. Unless it was a default cam as well, I'm not entirely sure. But they got step 1 done. Single breach, double breach. Looks like a direct default attack here. There's no other penalty up above.
Yeah.
Exactly. Surprising to me as well. There's one C4. Toxic Babes come out. That's the first one baited out. Speakeasy taking 40% of his health and damage, so good value there. If Leighton can keep this up, Monty will die to the Toxic Babes, but now Smoke suffering a lot of damage from that DMR, tapping away from Reaps upside. Owens has the vert control as well. So if they try and challenge the vert, they can duck a big call and go for a flank.
There's a lot of damage onto the Monty as the second smoke goes out. Another gas may take him very low. Speakeasy now less than half HP. Weibo, they're poising for this. And as you say, Hoven is upstairs just waiting for someone to rotate onto that vertical position. But Leighton Dragon have been suspiciously quiet, not making too many moves. Finally, they see the Azami, and the drone enables Hoven to get into action. He spots the player, does a little bit of damage, finally confirms the kill, sees another one, the big double for Hoven on the Dokkaebi. And Leighton Dragon finally start to fall apart. Weibo, their patience has been rewarded, but that diffuser has not planted, and the Monty is now cold on the ground, dead. Speakeasy looking to try and lead his team from the grave, but Reaps has fallen. Cotley from behind that mirror window has dealt a hell of a lot of damage. And perhaps Leighton may be able to find a way into it. KZB aware of that Roma up above of Hoven, just on the vert, who will find one. Cotley goes down. The trade comes through from KZB, but the damage may be dealt already by Weibo. Into the post plant with Turd to cover on the glass.
It's risky.
Oh!
11 hits the shot. Turret goes down. AP 1v2 now.
Now does he play it? Spots the angle. First kill for AP. One more as KZB retreats back to site. Brings his pistol out. Quickly sprinting. No hesitation from him. Spotting drones. And now Weibo are blind. It's up to AP. Low HP to play this to perfection. KZB. He's committing to it. But AP clutches at 1v2 for Weibo. Ape needed to come into action, and he did. The Thermite can do everything. Breaching walls, planting that diffuser, and of course the posts. I love to see it.
The real hero, though, might not have been the guy who actually won the round necessarily, but a Hoven. 2 kills up above, a third down to the vert, opened up the round for his team, and honestly just got enough pressure off the back of his teammates to get down a defuse in the first place. Without Hoven's miracle play there, they don't get down that post plant. So him and Ape together are good for a round in effectively a 2 versus 5. Leighton Dragon, though, did a great job. We're saying, oh, there's nobody on the vert, they're trolling. But they recognized Weibo going for direct attack. We need to try and get that verticality. We need to fight back against Weibo. Don't let them execute. So whenever Weibo was throwing a smoke, well, the defenders were tossing out a C4 or a Toxic Babe of their own. And when they ran out of that, they were just simply brute forcing gunfights with confidence, knowing they have no other option. So Leighton Dragon, they did the right thing and almost got the right result. So close it could have been. Weibo 2-0.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
Yeah, well, I'm still recovering from a bit of a hectic round. I will say, you know,
very hectic round.
Seen a couple of good things here from Leighton. I mean, they did get very close. Going up against a formidable opponent, of course. We've sung the praise of Weibo for quite some time now.
Yeah, for a good while, that's for damn sure. One thing I've noticed today, in general, across all the 3 games we've seen so far, whenever a team on defense loses a bomb site, they never go back again. They always just go somewhere else. And I feel like there was a time 2-3 years ago where you would exclusively go back-to-back on bomb sites if you lost it, instead of going tertiary or secondary bomb sites. That's changed a lot now across the board, not just in this sub-region. They're going to be aggressive.
This is a very quick one. K3, wow! Shotgun work does take down Speakeasy, who, by the way, has really struggled so far. He's playing a hell of a lot of shields, and he's really struggled to survive. He's been opening pick time and time again.
Bomb located by attackers.
It's true, but he's enabling his teammates, right? They get 2 kills off the back of that play.
Another one.
Reaps, another one. Shotgun Ying. Again, we speak of it, and it shall appear. Flank forced here by Momo Wings, but they know they're ready for it.
It's just a matter of time here. Weibo really don't need to complicate this one. Just sit. Reaps hides his laser. He waits for his chance. Oh, Ape exposes just a little bit, and that does allow Momo to find a kill and then retreat.
Curious what the plan is now. They have no smokes on the glass, but 2 on the Ying. So if Reaps is flank watch, that will be a problem, as he has the spare utility, right? Both Candelas and both smokes is in the pocket of Reaps.
Yeah, he can't be flank watch when he's the one with all the util, right?
No, I'm kind of surprised they just rushed the bomb site when they saw Valkyrie was flanking and getting that kill, because you can force the 3v1 against a mute SMG-11 shotgun. That's pretty decent odds. The thing is, I like this from Latent Dragon. They're playing top floor roam flank for a while. Now Momo's back towards the bomb site. With Gundam just in the basement, that's C4 and mute. They got Valcams on the side itself. They shoot the camera, EMP, go for plant.
Oh, here we go!
Hit, yellow ping.
Nitro cell, yeah, it does deny the plant, and he will eventually find that kill. Look for this attempt at a trade here from Reaps up above. He's trying to get Vert done with the shotgun, but you are not Buck, you are Ying. Turdster also a bit of a fish out of water to see a Glaz in these narrow hallways. Of course, he has the bearing 9, but the smoke goes out from the Ying. And Reaps also finding his shot. I think that was through the floor. But SMG-11 strikes true for Gundam. A 1v1 again. It's up to Reaps now. 2 Candelas to work with. And this shotgun. And Gundam knows it. SMG-11, he's running for him. This is an awkward fight. Gundam continues to be exposed outside. Reaps will quickly jiggle and take him down with the shotgun. Another 1v1 clutch going the way of Weibo.
That is ridiculous. I mean, again, the value of the Ying shotgun there. He's sitting by default plant spot, shotguns the Valkyrie through the floor as she's trying to C4 the planter, jumps out the window, and Gundam chases him red spotted the entire time for the 1v1. If there's anything you can point out right now to Weibo's weakness, I gotta say, it comes down to Turt's over-aggressiveness. He's died 2 rounds in a row, while his teammate is planting. He's playing glass, holding an angle, and getting smoked off the angle. You're up against a no C4 mute. He has to walk all the way to the bomb site, through the rotation, past the pillar. Now he can shoot Reaps. Or you can hold an angle standing up, uncovered if you're Turt's down the glass. You die from the other end of the building, and now Reaps in a 1v1. That's the only weakness right now, where 2 rounds in a row, despite winning, Turt has kind of abandoned his teammate into the 1v1 or the 1v2 for Ape, when he could have played it safer and get a 2v1 or a 2v2. Besides that, Weibo's been pretty damn good so far.
Yeah. The thing about this team, though, is like even when they don't play, you know, the quote-unquote safest way, there's just so much firepower on this team. So it doesn't matter if it's Ape, it doesn't matter if it's Reaps, like they're gonna win their 1v1s at the end of it. You're gonna trust them to clutch. Like the first round, Turdster just entered and basically got 4 kills. That round, it came down to a lot of Reaps with the shotgun. Even Speakeasy,
it's kind of like
we've been kind of critical of, like you mentioned, he's still had a lot of value for the team.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. I mean, yeah, he's 0-3, but every single death he has is enabling somebody else. When he was multi-dying, Turdster got 2 kills off it. Last round Blitz, his teammates got 2 kills off of it. So while he's 0-3 on the scoreboard, I'd argue he's probably 3-3 right now in terms of like what he's getting for the team. And some players, and I think in the current generation of like younger players, especially, not just Siege, but in general as a society, we don't get a lot of satisfaction of like yellow pinging somebody and saying, hey, he's standing crouched in this position. If I say that and my teammate gets a kill, I get dopamine. I feel like I got the kill. But a lot of players are like, if you don't fire the bullet, you don't feel like you got the kill. So you'd rather be the one to fire the bullet than make the call out. But we need good communication at high level of gameplay, not just good shots.
I tell you what, there's so much.
Big Easy is that kind of guy.
Yeah, 100%. There's so much more dopamine out of being the guy that like makes the perfect call that then you see it come up in the kill feed when your teammate gets it. Then like, let's say spraying through a random window and getting a kill. Like there's so much more dopamine from being the support player than getting a useless kill.
I feel that too. Anyone can shoot the left mouse button. Not anyone can make the perfect call, strat, execute, or the hard breaching, of course. Now I gotta see the glass, the turret every round so far, trying to force out a ban, but Ying got banned instead. Weibo banned the mirror to loosen up the attacker lineup. Don't gotta worry about the Ash, the verticality. Still playing Twitch DMR. It's great to counter those keeper barriers as it shreds down soft destruction. Last smoke from the glass, but 3 more on the table. Turret is kind of fishing right now, not peeking with this. He's respecting the Warden, who is inside a server. Who's gonna strike first, though?
It's been surprisingly passive, to be honest. Like, all of the smokes that have come out, I mean, all 4 of them so far, hasn't followed with Weibo actually pushing in. Finally, Turtster starts to get into the building, get a little bit more aggressive, take a little bit more of a risk. Keep in mind, we have more smokes on up A. We also have the Warden on the other side. Flash from Hoven. It's a bit of a team flash as Turtster goes down. No more use going to be from those smokes, especially when that Warden is still alive. Gundam with that shotgun in hand. Weibo have struggled to really get their boots in. There's a lot of crossfires being held, and that's a nice shot from Reaps. Few more of those, and this round will be done, but Gundam with the shotgun at close range puts Reaps to bed. 3v3, as now most of the push from Weibo will come from the top of blue.
Yeah, you need double pressure. You need catwalk rafters, regardless of what you want to achieve. They're trying to flank Aqua as well. I think no drone here actually from Weibo. This could be dangerous.
Oh, what's that? Another shot there for Gundam, this time with the SMG-12. Alvin will put him down, but a 1v2. Cotley does have to get back to site. I think he's really aware of where these last couple of players are. There's KZB on the site, Latent Dragon. Finally on the scoreboard, Pengu. Took them a little while, but it turns out just anchoring behind some solid positions made things very difficult for Weibo to sink their teeth into that attack.
Feels a bit like in that round, Weibo are almost like saving strats, taking the easy route. You know, they're just like smoking, hoping for a swing and an easy kill. When what you have to do in this attack is you gotta have 2 of the 3 areas in control. Meeting side, like connector, jungle, whatever I'll call to the right here. You gotta have Aqua, which you saw actually being attacked from Weibo at the end. And then catwalk rafters. They only had catwalk rafters, so the vast majority of that round, with Reaps holding a passive angle, and Turret kind of holding a passive angle through the smoke as well. And then Turrets that dies, overswinging aggressively right before they take Aqua control. And that changes everything, because now Reaps is alone. Then Reaps gets swung by a shotgun. Now he's dead. Now they only have pressure Aqua, period. They've lost the flank, they've lost the backstab. So it felt like Weibo were trying to just simplify the process, thinking, Latent Dragon, he'll make a mistake eventually. They didn't. Kudos to them, they actually played it really, really sound. They had a flank, they had verticality, they were playing passive when they had to, and they're playing the Warden every single round as a countermeasure to Turret playing the glass. So good stuff from them.
Weibo always a team that I enjoy watching because they have a lot of good ideas, they bring a lot of unusual operators, but like you say last round, a bit uninspired. I like that we're seeing so much Twitch though, we've talked about it a little bit. Such a versatile operator. There's so many ops on the defensive side that the Twitch kind of soft counters. Like Twitch very rarely like hard counters anyone because it's such a risky operator to like those drones, but you know, in this round in particular, like Dread Mines, the Goyo canisters, even technically the Mozzie's drones. Yeah, finally, Speakeasy's on the scoreboard. That'll feel nice. Get a kill under your wing. Take out the Warden as well.
I love that you say soft counter, because a lot of people will just say counter or no counter, and it's like, well, Twitch doesn't really counter anybody hard, because like the drone is unreliable, but its soft counters pretty much everything.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's a term that often gets lost in translation, where either you counter or you don't. In this case, Reaps hard counters the flank watch there, by the cargo stairs, locking down the rotations. Moa now stuck on the roam. Cotley walking up, trying to assist, but this is Weibo just winning gunfights like crazy, like every single one. Oh. Every single one.
Yeah, and a lot of it is just sitting outside the building, holding down angles. Up is waiting. Mobo is the last one remaining. He will find his first kill, but he's now being tracked by the Deimos. 1v5 now becomes a 1v4. He's spotted, and Dirt easily shuts him on down. Yeah, I mean, we might have seen Latent Dragon get on the scoreboard, but it's a swift reply from Weibo.
That's not even laps for you. Same as Border, same as back when we had Coastline. A round can just flip so quickly. I mean, they had only one guy inside the building. That was Speakeasy with the very first kill. Then it became a 5v1 before anybody actually entered the building afterwards. Because it's all kills from outside. Yeah, big yikes. And you know, we've all been there in our ranked games. We're like, alright guys, this is the strat. You're on there, I go here, I watch the bomb site, etc. And then without anybody entering the building, it seems to just dying to nothing. It's like playing cafe piano, right? If you're swinging those windows when they're repelling against you, you can all just die without the attackers and making any effort of actually entering the building. And that's why having the right rotations and cancel barricades and Asami Cupid barriers to assist the roamers or to assist the fallback can be oh so important.
So it's attack timeout from Latent Dragon. Trying to speculate what they could be doing to make this a little bit better. I actually kind of had a bit of a pivot. Something I wanted to ask you a little bit about is the modernization of the maps that we've seen coming in through. So, I mean, we didn't really talk about it on Lair, but, you know, Lair and Nighthaven are two of the maps that have been newly modernized with Operation High Stakes. So you might not have seen a lot of the gas pipes and the fire extinguishers since the release of Siege X on these maps, but now we're seeing them.
So, I assume the assumption here is that they want to do all the Pro League maps first, because it looks weird for broadcast to have like 50-50, right?
Yeah, you'd think so, right?
But Nighthaven Labs, Consulate Rework, and Lair are such new maps that I feel like the modernization from a visual perspective doesn't make a big difference. Yeah, whereas you see Chalet and Bank and Clubhouse that are like 8 years old at this point, you really see the difference. The only thing that I like immediately pick out is like, it looks great, of course, but it didn't look bad before, and the map in general is a lot darker. Like, it's rather dark now on Labs and Lair than it was before the modernization, because the lighting is more, I don't know if you want to say realistic, but the lighting is different. I'm all for modernized maps, but it's gonna have the biggest effect from a visual standpoint on the old maps that are super outdated by default, whereas these aren't.
Yeah. Oh, very fair. Of course, it does make some minor
Imagine
changes.
Oregon.
Oh, dude, Oregon's already so dark, man.
Oh, I meant how pretty it can look, but fair enough.
I just want to
Oregon's
see...
a bit dirty of a map, you know. It's kind of like Outback.
Hey,
a bit dirty, a bit of sand, a bit of grey tone.
Oh, don't talk smack about Servo, mate. Oh, we love Outback. Wow. Okay, here's a bit of a rush. Up Bay's found a double.
That's the side, James.
Yeah, Speakeasy is in the objective. Up Bay's now watching the flank at the top of Aqua. What's going on here? Speakeasy is just checking the whole vicinity. He's not even locking in. I don't know where the diffuser has gone, but they're not planting it. They leave it outside. Reaps has got it. Just stripping all information away from the site.
This guy is literally getting paid a full-time job to run around the server splits, just like laughing. You know, big smile from ear to ear, and I'm loving it. Good value, punch down the barricade, smokes are out, diffuser as well, trying to get that planted. No Solace, no Valkyrie, no info for defenders.
Okay, here finally we see the plant going down from Reaps and continuing his reign of terror, running amok his Speakeasy. Hasn't found a kill on the Blitz, but man, he's found plenty of info. Uppe started the equation with 2 big kills. Here comes a retake. This is where we need to see Speakeasy have an impact. That's 1 big kill. A second one, surely! Oh, the IGL, the old man, he's still got hands, and he's throwing left, right, and center. Gundam now in a 1v2 after Speakeasy's magical 2K. And he's still got plenty to do. Reaps outside, just waiting patiently, cutting off the angle. Speakeasy is taunting him. The shotgun comes out for Gundam, and he knows it is a done deal. And so he runs for the hills. He goes to hide. Speakeasy looks to hunt him on down. Gundam can't even find the kill. Weibo are dominating Latent Dragon.
That is the most Speakeasy round I've ever seen. He Shift W to the entire building. Every enemy falls apart as he sees them. Calls out all 5 different defending locations. Gets sold by his teammates after carrying them. Has to clutch up in a effectively 1 versus 2. Does exactly that. Saves the round for his team again. And Latent Dragon to realize, oh boy, we banned the wrong operators. We left the shields open against Speakeasy. What have we done?
Well, It's too late, mate. It's a 5-1. Now what do they do on their own attacking side? It's the only thing that remains here for Latent Dragon. Weibo on the defense. Gonna ban the Brava. What do they get rid of?
I'm curious. Normally I'd ban the Brava second to then force something like Maestro, but they might have banned the Brava first to force, like, let's say a Maestro ban, to then leave the Mirror or the Bandit or something open, because you can Bandit 2 Brava, you can like Mirror, you know, Bandit or whatever. I'm very curious what the thought process is, because Brava on Night Haven Labs, not very common. Like, the default camps aren't that valuable to hack, they don't see all that much, they're very deep inside the building. And Brava, of course, most notably is brought for stuff like Fenrir, Melusi, and Maestro counters, essentially. But nothing really happened from that. It was just gonna be a Kite Mirror, I believe, a Kite Mirror ban, so no real response. Oh, and they went to Twitch.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo just saying, look, if you want drones, you just can't have drones. So, yeah, you might be right. Maybe it's just to really lean into the Denari. Of course, in the situation where there's no Brava, you may as well pick Maestro as well. So this is going to be so interesting. We're immediately seeing the Denari pick from Hoven. We're seeing Speakeasy on the Maestro, which fits his playstyle very well. He can sit back. He's got tons of info. But I want to see what the Denari is cooking. Great. Hoven, where have you placed all these? So two in IT. And then he's just made this beautiful triangle. And the critical thing here is, like, Denari is that they're easy to shoot, these tripwires, right? Like, if you can actually see them. But you have to be able to see them. If they're in awkward spots, you can't.
I think there's a middle railing on Catalog Rafters, so you can see from outside the door or the breach if you put it correctly. And the one inside the breach is too hard left or too hard right of the breach to see it without stepping into it, because it's such a deep angle. So I think these might actually be tricky to deal with a gun. Also worth noting, if you are a Brava on the attack, which is banned here, but if you are, and you hack a Denari Prisma, it just gets destroyed. It doesn't convert to your laser. It doesn't, like, favor any teams there. It is either the defender's laser or it gets destroyed. You don't control the laser on your side. Just a little fun fact.
Yeah, and if that were the case that you hack them, you would have to hack each one individually to then, you know, be able to actually get it on your side. Perhaps one day they'll change that, but...
It sounds like a coding nightmare. Like, look at this one. It's so far hard right, hard left. You cannot clear out this Prisma with a gun. You have to either walk in, tank it, crouch or prone below it, shoot it, EMP, grenade, or Twitch drone it, because you cannot shoot it.
And keep in mind, like, tanking it is not as simple as, like, tanking in a Rooney gate. Like, if you tank it, it's back up in 7 seconds unless you shoot it. Oh, here comes the Nitro. Big damage done onto Momo. He's certainly not going to be tanking any Denaris now.
And again, it auto regenerates, which means you don't have to put them in a position where the defenders can easily reactivate them. They automatically will reactivate after 8 seconds, rather.
Oh, look at this. Aggressive play. Ape and Reaps together. Ape finds one and starts to fall on back. Kotley eliminated from the round. Here comes the Dokkaebi call. Here comes the Grimm's Beast. Doesn't seem to matter. Weibo say, oh, we found our advantage. Now we can fall on back. The death mark is going to get muted on up by Reaps. It's just not coming up for Latent Dragon. Weibo are well and firmly in control. As I say that, KZB finally finds something.
Yeah, for now. But again, the util is still there. The Evil Eyes, the Denari Prismas, the Warden Smart Glasses. Not a lot of counter value right now. Okay, 60 seconds, and Momo is quite low on HP on the Monty, so very exposed to dying to a single stray bullet or some Maestro sapping. Weibo can play aggressive and take the fight, so he can also fall back and play the side. It's their call.
Well, and Monty is marching on towards you. Ape is going to think better of contesting it, especially as the Grimm's Bees come through as well. Latent Dragon have done a good job of recomposing after what was a little bit of a rocky start. Ape, though, taking down KZB. No more Deimos to worry about. No more vertical pressure either. And the Monty is still low on HP. And constantly being targeted as well. A little bit of damage. Even further. And then taken down. Turnster is dueling with death. Ape comes through in a 3k for him. Marks an incredible round. Another swing. And he finds his fourth. Weibo have absolutely destroyed Latent Dragon. It's a 6-1 lead on the verge of what could be an unbelievably dominant victory here on Labs.
Really gotta praise Ape. I mean, he's always been a good player in my mind, but I feel like mechanically, he's like a different beast this stage, or at least for this matchup. Like, his movement, he's swinging, he has confidence in taking gunfights. Ape in the back of my mind is like one of the more supportive-esque players of Weibo, at least when I think of him. Yeah. But he's playing like an entry player on defense right now. He's taking every fight with the Warden, good confidence, always aggro peeking. It seems like Weibo after EWC and maybe during EWC has turned up the team aggression together to like an 11. It's working really well.
I really love that. I mean, historically, Ape on his old teams, like the old Gaming Gladiators, the Indonesian roster that went to Berlin, he was like the star frag on that roster. One of a few players that would be running around everywhere. He was like, their kind of Ash main type player, their Roma on defense. And then he found his home on Weibo. Of course, he went through Elevate as well, but now he's home on Weibo. And you've just got all players who are like that, like Reaps, Turdster, Hoven. These guys are all fraggers. So Ape takes a bit more of a supportive role. He tends to play hard breach on this lineup. But yeah, I think you're right. I think Weibo as a team, perhaps under Meepy's leadership, perhaps under Mentalist's leadership, has decided to play this more aggressive playstyle and give a license to players like Ape who are traditionally more passive to really get up in their face and go back to their roots of being young gunners.
Speakeasy has observation blockers instead of a deployable shield on Tanari, and has put down 0 of them because they're pretty useless, to be honest with you.
He's a troll.
I'm curious if either he's trolling or he actually forgot to set up the operator correctly in the loadout session, which can happen to new operators because you don't play them that frequently, perhaps, because they're so new. But just a fun fact, I think he misinputted that. Reeves has a spare castle barricade and deployable camera as well in pocket. And there's a spare Evil Eye from Ape just being put down now, 60 seconds into the round. There are 3 Crisp Mines from Turd and 2 Impact Grenades in pocket as well. My point is, Weibo Gaming have a lot of utility that has gone unspent because they might not even need it. They're up 6-1, they're doing great.
That's the thing, I mean, if you're sitting back watching, you're like, oh, this means I don't have to put my util down in your ranked games. Look, man, you're not 6-0 up, like you're 6-1 up. And like the best team in the region. So that's the reason why. Oh, here we go. Here's one observation blocker from Speakeasy.
He put down his first.
Oh man. Here we go. Swing it. Speakeasy finds the kill. Beautiful work. And that's a big one from the Denari. And of course the Scorpion Evo looking strong. Gundam finds Ape. Despite him having a good game so far. I mean, 10 kills by the way in 7 rounds. He is going to sit out.
Ooh.
Come on, Hoven. Let me see that boomstick.
There's no one on the site, by the way. Like, it's been completely abandoned. It's just, they're playing first floor, they're playing top floor, and they're looking for kills.
They're just yelling, they're just sending it. Oh, there's a player. Oh, he actually takes down the Blackbeard. Could he go for a bit more? No, Cotley will trade him down. 3v2 now. The Turdster and Reaps could definitely clutch this up. Both absolute fraggers. Turdster has the advantageous angle. Scorpion in hand. He spots the player. Cotley just barely peeks it for a brief moment. This is a headshot machine, the Scorpion. You can't win for body shots, not at that range. Reaps is going to fall back towards the site. He knows that his team is not looking to crash hard. He needs to come and get into a more supportive position. Perhaps regroup with Turdster. Perhaps lash out and look for something cheeky. He repositions it to an off angle.
I like that. Just playing in single box here is genius.
Oh, this is so good.
It was barricaded earlier. If they realize it was barricaded and ripped open, they might know. But if not, it might be a freebie. Yep, that's the.
He's just gonna wait. He sees 2 players drop.
No.
He needs to come through big. He takes one down. It's a big double for Reeves. The game is in the bag for Weibo Latent Dragon. The door is right there. See yourselves out. It's a Weibo domination here in the Asia League.
Oh my days, that is cold. Mind you, that shotgun has 3 bullets. He used 3 bullets, got both kills. If it goes any further, he had to swap back to the UMP, the other worst gun in the game. I mean, it's a masterclass from Weibo. Individually stepped up, as a team played better. It is what we expected, but damn, do they look good.
Oh, what a game and what a showing for the best team in the region. But who might be the second best team in the region? I wonder. Well, it could be Elevate and it could be Fury. Those 2 teams are going head-to-head up next.
Naga されるままに 横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go! 寂しげな言葉をつぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波預ける指先に儚く揺れる光溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね失われた声街に飲まれて霞んでいく笑顔遠くになる瞳曖昧な距離さえ甘くてほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね
Well, I don't know about you guys. It might have been a long day of APL, but it's flown by for us. We're up to our 4th BO1 here in the Asia League portion of the APL. It's time to close it out for the night, Nick. That's right. We've got one more game, and in theory, this is going to be the closest one we've seen so far. It's Fury versus the runners-up of Stage 1, Elevate.
No, it is. This could decide 2nd/3rd place at the end of the stage, potentially. Elevate, of course, being the import roster from Brazil. Very excited to see them play. In Stage 1, we had multiple import rosters like, Damwon, Elevate, etc., Gaming Gladiators, and they all kind of fell apart. They didn't quite get that first spot in their regions and sub-regions and whatnot. But the thing about Elevate is that they brought in even more firepower than before.
Yeah.
Resets and Raps have both joined the roster. They are more stacked than ever.
I mean, you're adding to a roster that was already pretty stacked. Of course, you've got a world champion Psycho back from Ninjas in Pajamas in 2021 in Paris. You've got Ion, who's had plenty of experience. And by the way, look at that rating from him, 161.
Yeah.
Stem's EPS, was pretty bad yesterday. Of course, this was just the one game that they played, but he was an absolute gunner in Stage 1. Reset's having a big stint on Liquid. Raps has got plenty of experience. These guys are looking fire. And of course, like we said, they were really solid in Stage 1. They actually won the upper bracket final. They even beat Weibo Gaming. They were the first team in Asia to qualify for the grand final.
Oh, it's going to be an interesting one. I feel like it's just not fair. You know, how can you become better and get better players involved after just one stage? But with that being said, this is also where Elevate, the roster, they have to show up now and get like a really good stage on their belt and challenge Wave with the title of being the best.
110%. But of course, they've got an opponent, and Fury. We've been singing that name for a very long time in the APL. Once upon a time, it was like Colas, Dark BG Man, and Crit J, alongside I9, who now plays for Soul's Heart, going to all these international events. They had big performances, very memorable, especially at events like Atlanta. I particularly remember, just moments away from qualifying for main stage. This Thai roster has really made a name for itself. But of course, they went on a little bit of a downward spiral last year. They failed to keep up with the previous Elevate team, and of course Bleed, who then became Weibo, and then of course they lost I9 to Soul's Heart. It's been pretty rough since then, right? Stage 1, they really struggled. They only just got into playoffs in the top 6, in 6th place, and they actually eventually fell in the playoffs to the lower bracket, actually in a match against Elevate. But they took a really good fight to Elevate. So the last time these teams met, it was in a BO3 in the upper bracket quarters in stage 1. And Fury won the first map 7-5 of Clubhouse, and then Elevate won 7-5, 7-3 on Chalet and Nighthaven. So if there's any copium here, it's that maybe, just maybe, Fury have got what it takes to play at the same level of Elevate, even if their average is not looking too hot.
Okay, then Anti-Copium. They played Latent Dragons last playday on Clubhouse. They only won 7-5. And you see the scorelines right now in front of you. It was not super convincing. It's a classic Clubhouse and Fury. I feel like they've always had a bit of a unfortunate matchups on that map of Clubhouse, so don't go there today, please. But if you see Weibo toying with Latent Dragons just like 10 minutes ago, versus Fury struggling to beat them, I feel like it rings a bad sound for this match to come against Elevate.
Yeah, it's not a good look. And you know what's more, Fury recently played in the SEA Elite Community Series, and unfortunately they ended up losing in the grand final. That was about a week ago to Soul's Heart. They had some good wins, but yeah, obviously Soul's Heart's the other big, BR6 level team. And they lost that 3-0 in a BO5, not even getting a single map win against, of course, their former teammate, I9.
Oh, okay.
Stage 1, like I said, a bit up and a bit down. They ended up losing to Orchid, who eventually became Shark LFO. Like we said, they also lost to Elevate. So it's been a long road for these guys. Maybe, just maybe, they can start making their way back up again. Of course, Exalotic is their new pickup for Farlord, so a bit of a roster revision. Let's see where we'll be playing today. It's not going to be Clubhouse. It is going to be Bank.
Okay. Now, Elevate played Bank in the first playday against the rival 7. It was a 7-1 victory for Elevate, so obviously we know for a fact they're very good on this map.
Yeah.
The good thing for Fury, though, is they have shown some strats from the side of Elevate, and if they think that, hey, we know the enemy is good on this, but we have some prep work going up against them, maybe that could be the thing that makes or breaks the difference here. Fury can prepare for the map to come and expect what Elevate will do.
I love it. All right, let's see what happens as we get into the game. Elevate, of course, the favorites out of this game, Pengu, hands down.
No, they are. I mean, we can't really dilly-dally around that one. It should be by all metrics a comfortable Elevate victory. Again, it comes down to how good could Fury look and how much can they ramp up for the end of the stage. It's still early. It's only the second playday. There's many more games to come, and surprisingly enough, actually, Elevate banned Borders the final map, choosing to say, hey, we're fine with going to Bank.
Yeah, curious to see.
Although it would be all the way around.
Yeah, I mean, especially, obviously, that's a pretty chaotic map. Like, anything can happen on Border. You never really know what's going to go on.
That's true.
Yeah. Anyhow, the other big story to talk about for Fury is, of course, ever since losing I9, they've been a shadow of their former selves. Not to say, the rest of the team is bad. The rest of the team is actually very good. But clearly there was something about the chemistry that he brought that they haven't been able to replace with another Thai player. Farlord, look, he was all right, but he just, didn't quite bring Fury back to their former glory. And now, of course, we have Exalotic on the team as well. He's played for a very long time. He played for a really solid Thai team called Champion, which for about 4 years, I think, was like a really solid Tier 2 level Thai team. So he's, not a new guy. He's just a new guy to this level of play. And he's been with Fury for a little while as a part of their kind of substitute roster. Now he's actually getting some game time. I'm really keen to see what he can do, especially against players of the caliber of Elevate.
It's always a good test of like how good you are, because obviously most teams only play Brazilians, Europeans, and North Americans from APAC if you make the international tournaments. But by having an import team in your region, you can now match up against other regions domestically and kind of see, okay, how do we match up and get some good and valuable experience to improve in the long term.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're getting into it, Bank. I'm excited. It's our first time casting Bank in the new stage, of course, here with Operation High Stakes. The stakes are heating up here in the Asia League as we're deep into Playday 2. It's Elevate versus Fury.
Alright, let's get it. Operator bans. What are we going to see? Anything spicy? The defaults, the expected ones? We've seen double smoke ban earlier today in a series on Lair. That was exciting. A Brava and Twitch ban earlier on Night Haven Labs. So far, it looks like a boring set of operators. Kite and Ace, a tailors all this time. Question is, will Hibana follow suit for the double heart breachers, and what will they take away from the defenders? Often we see a Castle, Mira, or a Sami follow up.
Surely Mira.
Yeah, I'm reckon a Mira or a Castle is pretty nice here.
There we go.
It's the Mira and the Hibana.
Yeah, what can I say, man? I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, you cast a Bank match or two, haven't you, James?
No, I just heard you say some words, and I was like, I'll just repeat one of those words with confidence, and then if I'm right, I'll take credit for it. No, I think you're on the money. Nick. And look, the Hibana one is always one that springs out to me on a map like Bank or a Clubhouse. I mean, Bank, if I'm not wrong, has the most hatches of any map in the game. That I've not checked that, but it's just a vibe-based thing. It's got a lot of...
I feel like it's true, though. It's a good vibe check.
It is a good vibe check. I mean, like, obviously, going down into the basement, we have a lot of maps which have a lot of hatches going down in the basement. For example, Clubhouse, right? We often talk about, bar, stock, kitchen. But here you've got, like, elevator, you've got lobby, you've got 2 in open area, and you've got 1 in server. That's a lot of bloody hatches. Not to mention, teams are often extending. You have hatches in janitors that get reinforced, and hatches in the top elevator, and even hatches in stock as well. Above open area. Thank you, Observer. That was so synced. I love it. So there's a lot of hatches, and Hibana is the hatch queen. Like, that's what she does better than anyone else.
Oh,
she can open more hatches than any other hard breacher. So I think we'll see a lot of tin can openers in this game as a result.
Yep. Also, not just that, but you've banned out the only 2 main target-destroying operators, which means top floor is a lot more defendable as you can't reach that counter wall.
Dude,
but stem.
Wow.
Oh. He was in, and he's out.
He was. Yeah, I'm still reeling for that. 14 seconds in, and he's already in server. Like, he must have spawned and sprinted down sewers, up through dirt tunnel. And now resets as well as getting aggressive.
This is my biggest pet peeve whenever I play this game in ranked. I always say, guys, have someone start in server because attackers should be there in 5 seconds. Once they're in server, there's no retaking it.
Yep.
It's one of the most, like, time-intensive checks for defenders, because some areas you can be there 10-20 seconds into the action phase. With server, you have to literally spawn there when the round starts, or you will be died to an attacker. So important.
I like this pacey start from Elevate. Even though it was a 1-for-1 trade, they took down Lycolis, the Warden. They got a little bit of info about the setup as well, and they really just made Fury check themselves, make sure that they're ready.
It's good. Good value. I mean, IQ for Warden, and also, mind you, a Toxic Babe was tossed in response in case of a second follow-up as well. Second Toxic Babe tossed out at the halfway point in the round. If Elevate can reach a plant situation inside a server, there will almost be no plant denial left to deal with it.
Oh, what a shot from Ion.
Okay.
The big showing yesterday, now here he is on the Deimos, getting to work with the Vendetta. BG Man in open area. He's got to have a big impact here. He's feeling the pressure from the Grim as the Bees ring on out. Critche has finally put resets to rest inside of Garage. That was a big position for him to hold on to, and he didn't. But Ion, meanwhile, has punished re-aggression from Critche on the main stairs. BG Man is dueling 2 players, worried about how we can fight both of them at the same time. Exarlotic, though, the new player for Fury, comes in for 1. Psycho will trade it. It's BG Man against 2, and Raps will take him down. A big closer from Raps in his debut with Elevate. And they start with a fiery kickoff to Bank.
I'm sure some people are gonna look at that round and go, why didn't Fury just play by the bomb side? It's time going to drop down the hatch earlier. And today you'd be right. But what I said earlier, they had no plant denial left. The C4 died, and the last toxic pick was spent before those kills happened. So right there, the best course of action for Fury, like strategically, is to fight it together. Play main stairs, stay open area, try and fight even numbers. I think they made the right play, but mechanically, they lost the gunfights. It's also not easy when you're getting Grim spotted, Deimos tracked, and crossfired by 2 different attackers at the same time. Nice try from Fury, but Elevate, they strike harder.
Yeah, very unusual attack from Elevate, but I really like it. It keeps Fury guessing. And, you know, almost a team ace as well. Resets the only player not finding one. Ion getting a double.
What am I watching?
Welcome to Siege X, ladies and gents. Do you remember off the top of your head how much damage each one of those does? Is it 40 or
15?
15.
It was 20, nerfed to 15.
So that's okay. Quick maths. 15.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
All right. So
9 times 15.
15 times 9 is about
135.
135. I definitely didn't just Google that. So that will kill any operator outright.
Oh yeah.
It repels them.
And it's hard to. And the thing is, normally you can say, oh, but you can just like you got the lineup in the game now to like burn ADSs. Let's say they were, and you right for a shield. But the thing is, you can't just completely sit on a window repel and try and min-max the pixel of the lineup. So if you're not burned through the window, it's gonna get caught by the laser most likely.
Yeah.
Now the lasers recharge automatically in 8 seconds as well, and they double down with a Rooney on the other windows. This is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. More to note, AC Banaban, you can't ranged hard reach any of these walls.
Yeah, wow. How the hell do you clear this stuff? I mean, thankfully, you can technically throw projectiles between the lasers, unlike a Rooney, where you can't actually throw stuff through the laser. Like between the lasers.
True, but
so in theory,
what are you gonna throw?
I mean, like maybe you could toss a nade that would roll to one side and then destroy some of them. I think that's the idea, and actually it looks like it might have been.
They're all gone.
What the hell?
Gone. Just because he cleared one side, so the other side can't connect anymore.
Wow.
So now there's no lasers. One nade. That's why I was saying if there's ADSs, then it's kind of genius, but there isn't.
Okay, well, credit to Elevate for some quick thinking, and one nade from Stemp. I mean, he had the IQ as well as the perfect pick for it. He can check for what util there is there and then throw his nades. Good counter. It took him a little bit of time, though. And it certainly captured our attention.
I think they were a bit perplexed as to what they were witnessing. You know, they're like, guys, there are 7 gazillion lasers on my window, help. And then Stemp gets over there with one grenade, and the whole thing is just opened up again.
Speaking of a Rooney, I just realized a Rooney is also picked, and on these other windows. So these lasers, not to be confused with... Yeah, I thought that was even more of the lasers from the new guy, but not to be. Denari is...
laser beams.
Yeah, I mean, Denari is just a tiny factor of the lasers that are available now. My god, Elevate is absolutely lasered through Fury. It's a 5v1. They dismantled the util, they found the picks, and now they have annihilated the Thai Fury. Domination from the Brazilians in the second rounds. And they have really made a statement at the start of Bank. 2 rounds and very little contest from their opponent.
It almost felt like a new gen versus old gen style round of Siege. You know, you got Fury playing utility and denial and laser beams and waiting on angles. Elevate, one grenade, wrap on in, pew pew bang bang, gets 5 kills. It seemed so easy to Elevate to progress the round once they cleared the lasers. And again, you have to clear them first because they regenerate and stuff, you can't just burn them. So Elevate showing, to nobody's surprise by the way, a great understanding of the step-by-step process of what to do first, second, and last.
Incredible work from Elevate, I'm loving it. Raps on 3 kills, by the way. So Raps we didn't really talk about. Obviously, Resets has a very big name behind him. He did play on Team Liquid for such a long time. For that roster, and really made a name for himself there. Team Liquid, one of the most popular teams in Brazil. Raps, on the other hand, I mean, he's actually been around for a long time. He's played on some pretty big teams, but he just hasn't had a name like FaZe or NIP or Liquid on his jersey before. But I've done a little bit of a look down the history books, Pengu. In 2020, he won the Rookie of 2020 award, or he's a nominee for the Rookie of 2020 in the Brazil Awards. At Six Invitational 2022, he won the MVP of the Day 4 playoffs for MIBR. So he's actually a player who's been around for about 5 years now, since his debut season. He played his first international event, which was an SI with MIBR 3 years ago. And since then, he's bounced around teams like, Team 1, MIBR, LFO, E1, Fluxo, Stelle Gaming, and now finally in APL on Elevate. He's been kicking around the mid-tier of the top tier of Brazil for quite some time. This is a big chance for him to play with legends like Psycho and potentially contest for a spot at a major. This is a huge up.
Huge up. Good opportunity, not wasted. He's playing well so far. Ion, love the nuke here, sneaking past the Valkyrie camera. It's always a bit of a cat and mouse game because you can still be heard when you activate the nuke gadget. That was the big change. You now stealth for a lot longer, but your footsteps generate sound. Whereas before, you are almost completely silent, just like Kavera. Is it a freebie though? Hard lift is Valkyrie.
He's watching for it. The stemp isn't far as well. PG Man needs to have an impact, but no, Ion takes him down. Unbelievable showing from Ion, but Dark puts him to rest. Still playing from a numbers disadvantage. Fury, what do? Do they lash out or do they lock down?
So lash out right now. They need one more kill to even those numbers. Got a flank from a Lucy and a push from Dark.
Oh, and a critical kill from Resets as well. Means that this needs to be a big flank opportunity, and Exarlotic does find it. Side is open, as you say, and it means that the rest of Elevate can just force their way inside. Resets is covering as Raps forces that plant down. Here's Stemp, but he's taken the head off of Dark. Exarlotic, the new kid on the block for Fury, up against 3 confident Brazilians sitting atop their perch and ready to dominate a 3rd round in a row. Elevate are taking no prisoners today.
Such good adaptations and just fast response from Elevate. I mean, they are so snappy in the server. We see off the rip in the operator pick phase, there is a mini play happening, right? That's going to be the entry of the nuke in through lobby. And that's just a feeler, right? Nuke is going to feel out the situation, and then there's going to be 2 different answers. If Nuke finds an opening and gets that kill, they're going to aggress and increase the pace and go fast, catch Fury by surprise. If Nuke doesn't find anything, they just won't speed up. They'll keep going with the round the way they intended for it. The second Valkyrie dies, they all take, Tellers, Archives, Top Heaven, and of course, by the bomb site double door to Kitchen. And the second they get flanked in Tellers, Archives, they rush the bomb site. So there's 2 options for Elevate the entire round. If they get flanked, you lose the bomb site. If they stay by the bomb site, they lose the map control. They are guaranteed punishing Fury one way or the other. And they can do this because they get themselves an early man advantage, 2 in fact in that round, playing that 5 versus 3. If Fury gives any small advantage to Elevate, odds are they will just completely exploit it and build it bigger and bigger and bigger and just keep getting these, what looks like, really easy rounds.
I mean, frankly, it is pretty easy when you're this good. Saw it a bunch in stage 1, but we also saw Elevate fumble. We saw them stumble. We saw them weakened. Even Fury gave him a run for their money in a BO3. But 2 new players, fresh pickups, and the Brazilian passion that we've come to know and love. You can never underestimate them. They're gunning to do what they failed to do in stage 1, which is win the Asia League, go to the major. Of course, it's a bit of a different situation now that we've got the major qualifier LAN. They don't even need to technically be the best in Asia to do that. They just need to make it through that LAN event. And here they come, Stemp on that Blackbeard, forcing those players back, and Ion again. He is incessant, 6 kills in just 3.5 rounds. The Vendetta proving to be his weapon of choice, and impressive one at that.
Feels so unfair that Deimos is can openers and frag grenades because this guy is so flexible. And if you're a good Deimos player like Ion very clearly is, you can play him every single round to great success. I mean, right now, this is an entry Deimos. Like, you get the reinforced hatches, the soft hatches, the entry kill, can track any operator and die.
Wowee, BG man. That's one way to get things back on your side again. Lycolis joining the fray as well. Maybe Resets will have something to say about it. Oh, maybe he will. 2 big kills with the DMR, and he's got a great position as well. Here you got to be careful. Don't expose yourself to that lurky Brazilian inside a garage, just holding down the long angle with that DMR. As Raps comes to support. It's the 2 new players from Elevate against 2 of the old guard from Fury.
He dropped lobby side. They know the cutoff is clear. One guy's server, one guy's inside of A. Cross here is completely free. Red Spin gets spotted. Oh, no. Raps goes down.
Well, so does Lycolis. Makes it a 1v1 for resets. He's already earned his spot on the team. But can he really prove to the Brazilian fans that he's going to do damage here in APAC? Dark, a DMR for DMR fight. Resets continues to hold on. Reloading the 417. Dark, much smaller magazine for him in that carbine. But no! Resets holding down the line. Patience proven to be a virtue. It's tapping away, and it's a big clutch as Elevate continue to be untouchable by Fury.
Again, I was gonna say such a good one for Fury, right? They recognize right now's the time to strike. BG Man lash out, gets a 2P. Shotgun on server side, gets a kill. They got numbers advantage, and then they throw it all away by not watching the correct angles. Garage was a massive gap, and the player in Garage somehow finds 4 kills. And it's one of those situations where... Oh, and we pick Clash. Uh-oh. It's one of those situations where just cut your losses. If going to a guy Garage stairs walking up, don't have the second guy swing for a trade. Just let the guy be on his own island inside of garage. Ignore him, because he's forced to walk into a crossfire on that double door. If you swing the guy in garage, was a DMR by the way, this guy dies. Second guy should have never swung. He was safe, he was happy, and he throws his buddy away.
It's 4 kills for resets from the same room. The whole time he's playing in garage.
10 seconds left.
And the whole time he handled Fury deftly. Oh, okay. Crit J has picked Clash, which unfortunately is quarantined due to an issue at the moment with that operator, so it's not allowed to be played in competitive. So similar to what happened earlier today, Pengy, we are going to have to go to a quick rehost.
Okay.
Just to add a little bit of suspense. I mean, the game was going a little bit too quickly anyway.
We're slowing it. I hit the brakes. Hit the brakes.
Pop the brakes a little bit. Do you remember off the top of your head which of the maps have been modernized with this update?
Yes.
Would you like to share that with me?
Yes, I'll share them with you. So, it is Consulate, Rework, Labs, and Lair, if I recall correctly.
Okay, that sounds right.
Yes.
Well, definitely.
Because the reason why I remember it is because, like, as I said earlier, it's like very new maps already.
Yeah.
So they don't look all that different.
Yeah. Yeah, right. So wait, the game came with CJX came with 5, right? And let me go. Let me have a go. So it's Chalet Clubhouse.
Okay, that's correct.
Bank.
Yeah, correct.
And there were 2 more. It wasn't Oregon, was it?
I can give you advice. Nope, not Oregon.
Wait, what are the other?
I can give you a starting letter if you would like, but it's kind of cheating, isn't it?
Yeah. Let me see. What are the other maps in the game? Let me have a look. Cafe.
Cafe is correct. Then you have one more map.
It wasn't Sky, was it? It was Border.
It was not Skyscraper.
It was Yep.
It was Border.
It was Bankwater Chalet Club. Bankwater Chalet Club Cafe. Right, I get you. And now, of course, we've added 3 more.
You got on the money. Yeah, and I guess the plan is to get all 9 Pro League maps, then start working on other maps. I'm not sure what the project's going to be. It's like most picked ranked or whatever they fancy more or whatever the case is. But the goal is to have, I believe, every single map eventually modernized. And of course, new maps and new map reworks will, I assume, come with modernization built in. So we are getting some stuff in the near future that's going to be fully graphicked out,
Yeah, it's pretty sick. And it's not just the graphics. Oh man, look at that water. I really noticed like
that was a nice shot.
Damn, the reflections.
It was.
Yeah, man, the game looks so good with CJX update. Of course, it's not just visual improvements with the modernization of the maps. You know, the telltale signs of the gas pipes and the fire extinguishers, and also the dynamic lights. I don't know if this is. It's not really much of a comp thing, but it's kind of fun.
Well, player shadows show up in different areas than before. So, in your clubhouse rafters, if anybody peeks you from the door outside garage, you always see their player shadow as a defender. That's why attackers can't swing it. That dynamic player shadow is in many more spots now, giving the person not moving a bigger advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. the thing I was actually talking about is if you shoot most lamps in the game, like you do one bullet into a ceiling lamp and it will flicker for a few seconds. It's like has no gameplay ramifications. It's just kind of cool. Next time you're in a casual, just have a look at it. It's a bit of fun. But yeah.
Speaking of that, when I first played the Siege beta in 2015, you EMP'd a room, lights would actually go out temporarily. And I thought you could, find a generator switch somewhere, maybe turn that map into there was any night modes in like exterior. But I thought night mode interior, if you EMP'd a shut lamp, it destroyed permanently. And I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And it doesn't work like that. And my hopes and dreams were all shattered immediately.
I mean, we still have that a little bit. Like EMPs do actually deactivate lights. But
yes, for 12 seconds.
Yeah. But it's not quite the same, and it's not like it doesn't go pitch black or anything like that. But when Siege first came out, I mean, the lighting was very different. It was much more.
It's a little bit more like modernized maps, actually, like very dark, very gritty, very.
It's very cinematic, but not very competitive,
moody,
right? Like, I mean, who remembers like standing inside the building, looking outside at someone repelling, and you look like you were seeing the light of God as someone is spraying you down from an upside down rappel.
Had a point to make and I just forgot it. God damn it.
That's okay. Sometimes
the game started thankfully,
you
but
can't
now
be
I'm
smart
annoyed.
and pretty, Pengu. And you're pretty, so
well I was gonna say I'm not pretty, so that makes me smart. I'm actually so bothered that
you could be neither.
No, I'm gonna take off my headset. I'm gonna lock out for 10 seconds and I'll come back in, okay? 1 second. I gotta think.
I think that's code for Dev, you're talking too much. I just want to take off my headset so I don't have to listen to you. Well, 4-0 is where we sit at the moment.
No, I lost it. I'm back.
You lost it?
I don't remember what I was gonna say. Yeah, I lost it. I'm so annoyed.
It's gonna come to you at 3 in the morning. I want you to text me or tweet.
No, it's right there. You know when it's like right on your tongue? It's like right there.
Well, how about you just? I mean, I know that often you tune out when I talk anyway, so maybe just do that for a bit.
No, I do not.
See if it comes to you while I'm talking about what's
I don't think I tune out actually. I don't think I do.
No? I'm surprised you didn't learn that after casting with Parker for so long.
Well, I said with you, right? So no comment.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm only half here. I'm still thinking on it. It's right there.
That's all good, dude. Do your thing. At the moment, we're just watching, Fury try and redeem their sanity a little bit. No more Denari for this top floor. You got it?
I got it.
Hit me,
so
baby.
There's a different game where there actually is a there's 2 bomb chances like in Siege.
Yeah.
The third objective, which is an electric box, and if you go there and click a button, you turn off the lights in the building. And defenders and attackers can defend it or attack it. Boom, that's it.
That's cool.
It exists.
I don't know that game. You have to tell me about it later.
It's a small game, but I'll tell you later.
Yeah, sick. Awesome. Well, Raps has found a big kill. Love that. Crit J going down. I mean, when you have that DMR Rooney available, I mean, he's so deadly for the long-range engagements. You play him in front desk and they can control a lot of the map, but no, taken down. But Psycho falling, a big operator to lose, big player to lose.
Yeah. I mean, in this particular round, maybe not the most important though, because like floor self-destruction, line of execute, descent as well. If one person were to go down, it'd be Thermite after breaching, or it would be Deimos probably, because now you can still go for that exact same execute, but you lose some fracking power. It's all still in the cards here for Elevate attack. If BJN peaks this, oi, good jiggle.
One more shotgun, by the way, we just saw come out. That's a new change. Couple of the secondary shotguns on the defensive side have juggled around a little bit.
Yeah, no more Lesion, no more Fenrir secondary shotguns. So Mike gets one instead. I say W change, but some people say L. I think it's good.
DMR for Ion. I mean, we might have had a reset and the kills reset, but Ion was absolutely farming at the start of this game. I think it was, what, 6+ kills. Dark does fine. Raps, though, that's a big one. As the Sens starts to subside, how do Elevate make this happen? I think they've stalled out a little bit. They've got numbers disadvantage. It might be the first chance that Fury have had to get themselves on the scoreboard.
Missing a Rebel player, that's the issue, yep. They're just running around.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
Resets only 4. DMR, winnable.
Oh, okay.
Winnable?
We've seen him win a 4K and a clutch before. Surely not again. Resets did it in Garage. This is a much more challenging clutch potential. But it is winnable. And he's already done a lot of the hard work. He's made a 1v4 or 1v2. 12 seconds to play. They know where he is. The two players are separated, but they stack up. And Exalotic manages to find the final bullet needed. Fury are finally on the scoreboard.
That they have. Can I say the issue when Raps Rapidon and died is that they lose, like, they don't have enough bodies to cover every single angle. They need two guys on the breach, maybe three. Yeah, you need three guys by the breach, sorry. One planting, one covering left, one covering right. And then ideally, they want a fourth player on the bomb site window rappels. So when Raps died and there's only 3 attackers left, either they have not enough cover on the heaven side or skylight, or they won't have a bomb site window rappel player. That's what happened. Because no one's used on the rappel, they can play double windows, they can play meeting, they can play by the bomb chassis, and those lines of sight, those gunfires, just heavily favors defenders. So Fury again, good recognition that, hey, Elevate have left us a gap here, let's take the space, use the gap, and get some kills. Great job.
Now, one last round and a half for Fury on their defensive side. We often say that Bank is actually one of the more attacker-sided maps, but it doesn't really fill me with much confidence, Pangu, that Fury are going to suddenly start farming once they switch sides. I think that Elevate are the more confident team here, the more competent team here. And while Fury are on the board, I don't think that's going to herald some huge change in the momentum of this match.
No, I wouldn't say so either. And also with the current operator bans of the Ace and the Hibana, I mean, that impacts the top 4 bomb side, in my mind, more than any other side available. And it means that you're just forced into a scattered attack. So all these other bomb side attacks, well, there's only one left. It's going to be more favorable for Elevate.
Yeah. Well, step 1 is the roam clear, of course. Ion droning out that top floor. How much of a roam is there, I wonder? Looks like 4 of the players, 3 of the players.
3 guys.
Now. Yeah, well, if you count the guy on blue stairs, Critche, how hard is he going to hold that?
I count him.
Yeah?
Yeah, I count him because if they open up the server hatch and he stays, or even if they open up the A hatch, rather, then he can't fall back. So until he falls back, he counts. And it's just one F blue stairs, so he's first floor, not basement. Per the compass.
Valid.
The compass agrees with me.
Valid. Very valid. Very valid. Oh, I just noticed we got an Ossa pick here from Raps. That's not a common operator these days. I mean, with how powerful shields are, people tend to go for like a more typical shield operator. I mean, Ossa doesn't really count as a shield. It doesn't have the same sprint and melee ability that the rest of the shields do.
It's bring a shield to workday, but still have a primary weapon to use.
Yeah, I mean, there's an operator called Blackbeard,
server,
which I'm not sure Raps has heard of.
Yeah, but you can put down the talent shield and play behind it with your Blackbeard, you know?
You can't. Oh, BG. Where's he found
he got
that
smoked
one?
in garage.
I mean, literally.
He got
the smoke.
Night.
The smoke came out, and then resets got absolutely deleted. No clutch for you this time. And Dark is also springing into action, traded by Raps as Stemp makes his way into support on open area, and it looks like a full forfeit from Fury in terms of that roam game. They're happy to go and take their advantage downstairs, 4 on site against the 3 remaining attackers from Elevate. I'll take those odds.
Time to ring some ears.
Bit of a wishy-washy round. I mean, Elevate were so fast and so accurate earlier on, and now they're kind of slow and dying, unsynchronized, uncoordinated. 37 seconds left. They're going on drones. They haven't cleared server yet.
Oh, wow, there's still Vulcan
At least
canisters.
Critche fell back, but yeah. I mean, they'll have 5 seconds left at this point. It's still winnable, don't get me wrong.
Oh, man,
it's just highly unlikely and very complicated.
There's no time. They're walking to goo mines off-site. There's still Vulcans that haven't been destroyed yet. There's still 3 gas babes in pocket and a C4 from Lycolis. It's not happening. Critche is going to have to throw this, and no, he doesn't. He finds the kill on a Psycho, traded by Rabs. Amidst the fire, Stem drops down into the vault, but he is quickly found by Lycolis. And it's another round for Fury. 2 in the half as they move now onto their attacking side.
Okay, with this, it's actually a game on our hands now, because we all know that Bank typically is attacker favored. And Fury Mechanic now are actually keeping up with Elevate. They're winning gunfights, they're taking good swings, they're playing good together. And side swap changes everything. The dynamics of what you've been doing so far doesn't apply any longer. Like I said earlier, when you're playing defense, you have your core strat and you have to adapt to what is happening in the round. When on the attack, you have a plan and you follow through and just do whatever you want to do, and you can also adapt if that's the case. So dynamics will change, communication will change, leadership often on teams also slightly changes. Monty and Hibana ban with the Kaid and the Maestro. Interesting, a bit more spicy than the previous set of operators. Love me some Maestro bans.
Yeah, it's funny though because we see Maestro so rarely that like you don't notice when he's banned. Like he's banned and you're not thinking, oh wow, it really should be a Maestro here. Like, it's just, it's a very like in a way a niche operator these days, which is funny because I remember when he was an instant pick every round. But he's kind of a niche operator.
Before existed.
Yeah, exactly. But he's just so powerful. It's very rare that you'll see the Maestro ban unless if it's in prediction of a Bravo ban or in response to a Bravo ban or Brava ban.
Maybe I'm trolling, but Psycho just put a Prisma on the gas pipe in server, and I'm just curious, if you shoot the gas pipe, wouldn't it just destroy the Prisma with the AoE explosive effect? Look, it's right there. Wouldn't that... Surely that gets destroyed, right? Surely.
Yeah, I would expect so. I would expect so.
I feel like he's trolled that one. Not to be a hate watcher or anything, but I feel like he's trolled it.
Even that's a bit of a...
Oh, here we go.
Oh, what?
Wait, what? What is...
The 3?
Wait.
Is it... Don't shoot it.
I don't think it does... I mean, if you jump in, you take 2 laser beam damage now instead of 1. But I don't really see why the third one is...
There's 3 lasers. I guess
well,
if they walk to the
third
left...
one hit you.
If he walks to the left, then he'll hit the third laser. So in theory, that's, what, 45 damage?
Yeah, I mean, he had 1 spare, and he can't do anything with 1 spare in pocket, right? So he has to attach it somewhere for value. So I guess that's why he did it as well.
Fair enough. I'll have a look at this. Ooh. They're flicking cameras, but it's Critche on the Nook. This could be a perfect read. Everyone from Elevator is checking this. Oh, but they're fully barricaded. That's a smart move. Oh, they know about him. Never mind.
Oh, that's awkward.
You can activate your gadget while you're on drones. So I don't know what's going on there. Are they going to try to push for this kill? He knows he's been spotted.
I feel like... Yeah, this is strange.
Yeah, very, very weird.
They both know... Like, he will hear the phone ring.
I can see that.
And no Nook is in there as well.
Yeah,
so he knows his meter is draining, so he knows there's a camera in here. Because he can see... So, Nook's gadget only drains when you're being spotted by a camera actively. So he should know that they know.
Yeah. Yeah. And the camera
is so awkward.
It's pretty easy to see that camera from where it was before, but... He hasn't spotted it yet.
Well, it's not easy if you can't see it, can you?
I mean, I could... when we were
it's right there!
When we were spectating him, I can see it on his
so
screen.
easy to see
Dude,
it.
how are you...
He doesn't see it!
How did you not...
He saw it.
Did he? There we go.
Yeah, he saw it. Okay.
God. Oh my god. Anyway, the element of surprise is gone anyway, which is the only reason you bring the Nook.
Yeah. I mean, it's half the round. They've been dilly-dallying for half the round inside a garage.
Yeah. A lot of dilly and a lot of dally. Not enough
It's happened
shooty.
elsewhere. I mean, Dark is dead. That's a shooty.
Yeah. Not enough, though. That's working out in favor of Fury. Psycho's
That's a
still holding onto
shield
this
and
room. That is a
server.
very deep smoke as well. Finally, some server pressure coming out, but we've still got this roamer. Still got quite a few roamers. Real fortification of a setup, and Psycho's found another with the FMG. Wow. I mean, absolutely farming in his position on Denari. Nice shot from Critche. Very unnecessary swing from resets. But Psycho's found a third with the F90. It's an F90 round, apparently.
What is going on? And why are we swinging Garage, man?
Oh,
Boss G,
here
surely.
it comes. Come on. Bring in that Boss G.
Psycho for the ace. Let's go.
It's another FMG kill. Eventually, Critche goes down. Psycho may well be pushing for an ace now, but like Colas, he's got to hunt for it. He doesn't go for that one.
4 seconds.
Goes straight into the site. Boss G in hand. He's going to be watched likely from the position on the hatch. I believe that hatch is open. He's spotted by Stemp anyway, and the DMR finds a second kill. It's Elevate once again, steaming ahead.
It's funny because we're watching what's happening in Garage between Nook and Valkyrie, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, while that's going on, Fury must be making good legwork upstairs. And then after half the round gets burned away in the timer, they haven't made any headway upstairs. It was Deimos bottom square, just kind of getting wall banged by Psycho, and every other attacker is either in Garage, which is the Nook, or outside the building, not even inside yet. I'm not sure exactly what Fury is trying to do. Look over here. This guy's in the building. One guy's outside in the small box room, technically inside, but basically outside. One guy is Garage, and last guy was outside droning. They weren't really in the building, and there were no rumors top floor from Elevate, so I'm not really sure what the plan was or how it got stopped. Maybe they are waiting for the garage, play to pan out first and see what happens after, but it kind of just fell apart very early. I don't know.
Yeah. All I know is that Fury have only 2 more chances. Elevator's getting close to putting this down, and yeah, Fury, I mean, there's been some nice moments, I guess, but a far cry from the... You remember what I said before this game started, Pengu? I said, this could be our most competitive game of the night. And I think I'm just living in the past. Old Fury. I mean, Exilodic hasn't been terrible, but Fury is lacking the pizzazz that they had with I9. The firepower as well.
No, it has been a case, I came in last stage to cast APL and everyone's hyping up Fury and the story and what they can do, and then I saw the stage play, I'm like, well, you guys are all blatantly lying, or something's changed with Fury. And I was like, okay, surely now, with some time to cook, they can show up, and I will say this. They're up against Elevate, likely the second best team, maybe the best team in the region with Rape, who's going to be one of them most likely. This is not fair to fully judge them on, because this is going to be the top dogs. But they also had a slow start, going 7-5 on Clubhouse of Latent Dragons last playday, which also isn't quote-unquote good enough by that metric.
No.
So...
Now, Fury will be the first to admit that this has not been good enough for them. Of course, the Thai scene and all the talent is really spread out across a few teams. I mean, it's one of those situations where like they're going to speak Thai, right? And there's not a lot of people that speak Thai except for people who are from Thailand. So it's similar to what happens.
Well, that's not true. You don't think anybody in the world learns Thai besides people that are born there?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Okay, I didn't say no.
You said no one.
Right,
you didn't say most people. You said no one.
Okay, my bad. I will never deal in absolutes. Most of the people, most of the potential Siege players that could speak Thai in a Thai-speaking Rainbow Six professional team will be from Thailand, right?
Yes!
And so the population of Siege players...
Never and always just don't work.
Never say never, as a wise man once said. And what I'm saying, if I can get to my point, is that Fury and Soul's Heart have like so much talent between them, but they're kind of split over 2 teams. If you consolidated that into one team, be a different story. Stem shuts down Dark on a desperate drop down the skylight. Elevate are holding on despite a pretty furious attack here. Exilodic now struggled to find footing on his entry, but Lycolis gets a kill. Now it's a 2v1, never mind, a 1v2 for Lycolis, the captain of Fury with the Blackbeard. 1 grenade left remaining. Oh, but the swing from resets, and Lycolis a little bit slow on the reaction, gets swung, gets taken down, and it's match point for Elevate. Bit of an embarrassment for Fury, they have been left in the dust.
I was thinking there for a second, Blackbeard could be the answer, but I was wrong. I like the aggression from Fury, saying 3, 2, 1, down skylight, up the main stairs as well, but maybe a bit of mistiming, didn't quite connect the dots together, didn't really have the big explosive operators like the Lion, Dokkaebi, but the Blackbeard was there at least. Fury are fighting back, but right now just not winning those gunfights that they need so desperately. I like how much Elevate are actually cooking with the operator lineups, because they're very willing to play what I'm gonna call new meta, experimental Siege, right? They're playing Aruni, they're playing a fair bit of the Naur as well, now the 3rd round for them. Now they're playing Oryx for a shield counter and some running around. Fury themselves also doubled up once with both the Aruni and the Danari. I like this a lot more than seeing teams play the exact same setups from last season, because I do believe that the Siege meta will have a change and a switch up in professional play whenever teams start figuring out what you can do differently now. Jaeger on my combo's pretty lethal, while my shotgun, Legion Femmer losing their shotguns, and now it opens up a ton of avenues. Aruni having only the only DMR ACOG scopes on defense now as well. Mind you, all defending ACOGs are gone besides DMRs. That's why Aruni's pick rate is skyrocketed.
Yeah,
true. Things like that.
Something that we haven't thought about a lot. I mean, it's rare that an operator is picked just for the ACOG in pro play at least. I mean, it happens a lot in ranked, people are picking Rook and Doc all the time, but
Not anymore.
Yeah, certainly not.
Doc's pick rate in ranked, I've seen Doc 0 times in 30 ranked games. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah,
0.
Yeah, does not surprise me. I bet you've seen a lot more of Rooney than you used to, though.
Yeah, and I've seen some Rook because the goddamn C4 and Reaper was added to his kit. Rook C4 is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen because it doesn't feel right. It just doesn't. It's like Echo not having ACOG. It feels wrong.
Yeah, no, I feel you.
It's like, last guy Rook below, plant, and I got C4. I got
below.
C4 by Rook. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, my Rook is
Why
playing
does Rook have the C4? Yeah, exactly. Like, that's never been said in 10 years of playing the game. Never once.
300 HP Rook.
Yep.
I love it.
That's gross.
It's been a slow and
I like
steady
this from
attack
Fury. They're setting up. Yeah, it's been slow, but instead of saying 3, 2, 1, go, now they're okay. What can we find? Is there a gap? Is there an exploit somewhere? Is there a free kill? My only concern is that they're mostly outside the building, which means they're looking for these gaps, but could they even act if they found it? I'm not sure. Buck is bucking below.
Oh, no, he's not. He's dying, unfortunately.
Okay.
Critche, man. What happened to this beast, by the way, that was Critche? He was such a gunner for Fury for such a long time. He was going overseas to the majors and making a bit of a splash over there as well. Shadow of his former self. Here's an opportunity for Dark, though. There's a yellow ping onto Reset's position, but I think he's going to be able to just get out of dodge in time. This has been so unfortunate for Dark, who's just waiting. Resets, unbeknownst to him. He's been hunted this whole time. Relocated his position. Dark continues the hunt. Resets might still win the fight. He's got an inkling, doesn't he? Out comes the UMP. Oh, but Dark gets the better of him. And he's in a good position now to potentially put some pressure on the site. Stem finding his, though, makes this difficult for Fury.
Let's see about this. 2v4 looking unlikely. I mean, it's a tough one.
Yeah.
I can't lie.
I think it's a done deal here. Fury, this is not the rejuvenation that we were hoping for from this team. That's done so much in the past, but Ion is ready and waiting. Exalotic, the new kid on the block, finds 2 quick kills, but a third will not come through. It's Psycho, the champ himself, to confirm a second dominant victory for Elevate as they fly out of the gates to debut the Asia League. A 7-1 in their opening match, a 7-2 in their second, and the sky is the limit for the Brazilian imports.
It's crazy to say that Elevate is looking better than last season because it was already a dangerous roster only a few months ago. And they've gotten 2 new players on the roster. Raps and Resets had a great showcasing today. And yeah, you're right. The sky's the limit. I mean, these guys surely will just overtake as a top 2 contender guaranteed and just keep on hot streaking in this region.
I can't see any other way that it will play out other than Elevate continuing to get to the next level. I mean, the organization is clearly interested in investing a lot of money to securing the best players, to making sure that if the team isn't performing, they're going to just buy more, in theory, more expensive players. Obviously, I don't know the value of these players' contracts, but like, you bring on players like Resets, right? It's probably going to be a bit more expensive than the guys that we've just said goodbye to on Elevate. Yeah. You know, there's so much pedigree here on this roster, importing them all the way from Brazil, you know, housing them for the season, scrimming during the off-season, there's boot camps involved. It's an expensive process. Elevate are putting their money where their mouth is, and we're seeing the results. They failed to make it to the major in Stage 1, but the format is so different this time around. Of course, with the major qualifier, Elevate have a better chance than ever of making it the distance.
Yeah, and that's exactly why the organization has chosen to go this route, because they see a system where, hey, if we can get a import team with a really good odds of, like, you know, just overtaking their region, that's a path to a major. That's a path to SI points. It's a path to SI. It's a path to EWC. It's a path to many different avenues for you, if you can, of course, win and come out as the very best team.
And let's not forget as well, Elevate is a partner team as well. They were at Rio for Reload, and we, of course, have seen their skins in the game for a hell of a long time. They've got the money to invest. They figured out the anime meta first. I tell you what, they did it. Fun fact, it was, I believe, Fisher guy that helped with that first anime skin back when Elevate had an Australian roster. I may be wrong about that. It was one OS player. I'm pretty sure it was Fish. Regardless,
so he's to blame.
Yeah, we'll say that. Of course, OS has played out today. APAC North has played out today. For us, Pengu, it has been Asia. We saw Shark LFO have, I don't know, hard to say if that was an upset over Soul's Heart. It was a close contest, but yeah, heartbreaking loss for Soul's Heart after being up 5-2, failing to close it. And then from then on out, it was pretty much a done deal for all of these games. Daystar, Weibo, and Elevate all finding pretty convincing wins.
Yeah, I feel like Elevate Fury for me going to this was like my match of the day because like that could be a really big banger. Like you kind of said, oh, the battle of like the second best, etc. But it just wasn't the case. I will say this, I was actually very excited to watch Shark LFO. I liked their play style, playing very much around the plant denial when they were playing on lair, playing utility, playing kind of old school Siege in a newer format. And watching Soul's Heart, deal with that was also fun to watch. So overall, I just think good day.
Yeah. Funnily enough, looking at the standings as they sit at the moment, it actually doesn't look too dissimilar to where Stage 1 ended up. I know we're only 2 play days deep, but Weibo and Elevate are heads and shoulders above the rest. You look at the round differential. I mean, Weibo's only lost 2 rounds so far. Elevate's only lost 3. Yeah. Even though they're on the same points as Daystar, they're clearly a cut above. Of course, Fury, Shark LFO, Soul's Heart, and Daystar, they're really fighting in the mid-pack. Potentially, we could see some of them challenge the top 2, but who knows? Latent Dragon and Arrival 7, the teams that failed to make playoffs in Stage 1, currently already, unfortunately, sitting in those places here in Stage 2. But it's early days, Pengu. We've got 7 play days to get through, and that's just the group stage before we move into playoffs, before we then move into the APAC major playoff qualification land. APL is nuts, guys. There is so much going on. Thank you so much for joining us today for what has been a behemoth of a day of APL. It's been our pleasure. And, of course, you don't really need to even turn off the channel. There'll be something coming up shortly to enjoy the rest of Blast R6. Make sure that you're following whatever channel you're watching on right now, and we'll see you guys next time.
「なるざとのクラクションだって